cette femme-là?
Joanne Phillips.
Joanne who?
Phillips.
Catherine.
909.
Elle est
C'est
avec
c'est juste, elle m'a envoyé un texte ce matin, elle m'a dit
OK.
qu'elle avait une chemise, qu'elle pourrait passer.
OK.
Pour donner au conseil. OK, j'ai besoin de mes notes.
It was very.
Qu'est-ce que le prénom de M. Dixon? Jim.
Jim Dixon, oui.
Et quelle arme?
Je suis en train de regarder le monde qui se présente.
OK. Monique et Susan Rattler. Hein? Bonsoir. Good evening, everyone. Je vais appeler la réunion à l'ordre. Madame la greffière.
Your Worship, all public meetings of Moncton City Council are simultaneously translated. Hearing assistant devices are available at the entrance of the council chambers. Members of the public have the right to address City Council in the official language of their choice. Meetings are broadcast live in both official languages on the city's YouTube channel, accessible via moncton.ca, and will also be aired at 9 p.m. this evening on Rogers TV. Individuals who have registered with the city clerk's office at least 7 days prior to the meeting agenda deadline will be allocated 5 minutes to deliver their presentation. All other public presenters will be allocated 2 minutes. 1 minute warning will be provided to indicate the time remaining. An important reminder, all presenters, city staff, and council members are expected to conduct themselves respectfully at all times. Disparaging remarks, offensive language, or profane expressions directed towards council, staff, or members of the public will not be permitted. Any breach of this code of conduct may result in the presenter being directed to leave the council chambers at the discretion of the chair. Toutes les réunions publiques du Conseil municipal de Moncton sont traduites simultanément. Des appareils d'aide à l'audition sont disponibles à l'entrée de la salle du Conseil. Les membres du public ont le droit de s'adresser au Conseil municipal dans la langue officielle de leur choix. Les séances diffusées en direct dans les 2 langues officielles sur la chaîne YouTube de la ville, accessible sur le site moncton.ca et seront également diffusées à 21h ce soir sur rogerstv.com. Les personnes qui sont inscrites auprès du bureau de la greffière municipale au moins 7 jours avant la date limite de dépôt de l'ordre du jour de la séance disposeront de 5 minutes pour faire leur présentation. Tout autre intervenant public disposeront de 2 minutes. Un avertissement d'1 minute sera donné pour indiquer le temps restant. Un rappel important, tous les intervenants, le personnel municipal ou les membres du conseil municipal sont tenus de se comporter de manière respectueuse en tout temps. Les remarques désobligeantes, le langage offensant ou les expressions grossières à l'égard du conseil municipal, du personnel ou des membres du public ne seront pas tolérées. Tout manquant à ce code de conduite peut être entraîné l'exclusion de l'intervenant de la salle de conseil à la discrétion de la présidente.
Merci, Madame la greffière. Est-ce qu'il y a des changements à l'ordre du jour?
Non, il n'y a pas de changement.
There are no changes, so could I have a mover and a seconder for the agenda? Conseillère Leblanc, conseiller Léger. Merci. We will go to a manual vote. Tout le monde est d'accord, donc.
Conseiller Richard, on peut avoir ton vote?
Oui, c'est beau. Merci. Motion carried unanimously.
Next, now I'm lost. That's what happens when you go on vacation for a week. Next is conflict of interest, les déclarations des conflits d'intérêts.
Est-ce qu'il y a des conflits d'intérêts? J'en vois pas. Conseiller Richard. Non?
Non, on est
C'est
bon. Merci.
Madame la greffière.
Next would be the consent agenda. This evening, there is one exemption noise bylaw Université de Moncton for an event on February 27th.
C'est beau. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Conseiller Butler, Conseiller Kingston. Are there any questions on this? If not, we will go to a vote, which is electronic. Merci. Motion carried unanimously.
Note that Councillor Edgett is not in the room. Next is public and administration presentations, exposés du public et de l'administration. Et la première présentation ce soir, c'est une présentation reconnaissance de la deuxième décennie internationale des personnes d'ascendance africaine 2025-2034. Philomène Zangio, elle était ici.
Je ne vois pas Philomène, donc on peut peut-être procéder avec la
Maybe we'll go to the second, and if Madame Zangio comes in, we'll have her present after. The next is a presentation on Active Transportation Coalition update, Marc LeBlanc. Mr. LeBlanc, if you can make your way to the podium.
Bonsoir, Marc.
Bonsoir. Merci. Good evening, councillors. Volunteers with the Active Transportation Coalition of Moncton have been working with city staff to help implement this council's active transportation plan. Our purpose tonight is to strengthen that collaboration so the spirit of the AT plan is reflected in everyday decisions. We appreciate the work staff have done so far. However, there have been major AT decisions taken by staff without active transportation working group discussion. When we learn about budget reallocations or project choices after decisions are made, it becomes harder for us to support the active transportation initiatives or help residents understand the why behind these initiatives. The same is true for major initiatives within Kodiak Transpo. The current operations review has important implications for how walking, cycling, and transit fit together. We believe there are major solvable issues and that discussion within the working group is the right place to help solve them. Looking ahead, we see several near-term opportunities that can be advanced within existing resources and that align well with the AT plan, supporting safe routes to school, including extended speed reduction zones around schools, discussing priority corridors like Purdy Mapleton, Morton McLaughlin, and continuing to shape University Avenue as an active transportation spine. Currently, there is an opportunity to link the city's cash in lieu of parking with better transit and active transportation access to the Chute du Mont, ASEC, and University Avenue, potentially using Kodiak Transpo current resources rather than new funding. We are asking you, councillors, to endorse a dedicated meeting between Sustainable Growth General Manager Aucoin and Directors Angela Alain and René Lagacé, with ATCM Directors Calvin Martini and myself, Marc Leblanc. The meeting agenda would be to discuss a clear mandate forward, how AT priorities and budgets will be communicated and discussed with the working group. A second ask this evening, councillors. I recognize this is a late ask, but both the minutes of the COW of January 26 and today's February 2 agenda did not become available online until Friday. I just picked this up late Friday or early Saturday. So our second ask this evening is, in view of the Committee of the Whole meeting of January 26, item 5.1, Kodiak Transpo Growth Strategy, and in view of today's unidentified item 9.1 on today's agenda, reports and recommendations from committees, ATCM hereby recommends that today's item 9.1, the Kodiak Transpo Growth Strategy, be tabled, and that the review be sent to the Active Transportation Working Group for discussion and recommendations. We value our relationship with staff and council, and we want to remain constructive partners in bringing the Active Transportation Plan to life for Moncton residents. Good evening, councillors. Madame la mairesse.
Merci beaucoup, Marc. Serge, est-ce que vous voulez prendre la parole puis répondre à Marc?
Merci, Madame la maire adjointe. Je pense qu'il y a encore une deuxième présentation publique qu'on n'a pas. Je ne suis pas certain qu'elle est ici. Alors, certainement au niveau des rencontres avec le personnel, M. Leblanc, certainement on va faire le suivi là-dessus. Mais là, je ne peux pas vraiment faire de commentaires sur les demandes au niveau to table the item 9.1 or 9.2.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions des membres du Conseil? Mais il n'y a pas l'autre personne ne sont pas ici. Hein? Non. Allez-y, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci de la présentation. En fait, compte, c'est pas une question, c'est plus un commentaire, mais ce que j'ai compris, moi, de la dernière réunion, c'est qu'on recevait ça, mais là, après ça, à chaque budget, donc à partir de l'été jusqu'au mois de novembre, les mesures qui sont à court terme, c'est ça qu'on avait approuvé là, pour 2026, seraient mises en œuvre immédiatement. C'est ça que tu demandes, alors que les autres seraient mises en œuvre en 2027, 2028, etc. Ce que tu demandes, c'est qu'on mette en veilleuse les actions prévues en 2026. Le plan répartissait les interventions.
Je comprends. Regarde, moi, je regarde ici item 5.1 de votre COW, Committee of the Whole. Bon, OK. Kodiak Transpo Growth Strategy Final Report Presentation. Alors, ici, ça me dit que vous allez adopter le plan en gros, en général, et que j'avance l'idée que ça n'a pas été discuté avec le working group en place. Alors, avant que ça soit adopté, qu'on aimerait avoir une discussion. Okay. Et ici, là, sur 5.1 de votre COW, ça dit que vous adoptez le plan au complet.
OK. J'ai chicane ici avec le personnel puis mes collègues au conseil. On n'adopte pas les plans. On les reçoit. Okay. Bon. Mais après ça reste sur notre site web. C'est comme un stick-it note sur le fridge. Ah, on a fait ça, c'est dans nos plates-bandes, on va le considérer. On ne l'adopte pas. Ça reste là, puis là, éventuellement, ce qu'on va être en train d'adopter, vous allez voir, là, c'est de dire, OK, c'est des bonnes idées, là, on va se fier que en 2027, 2028, 2029, je pense que ça va jusqu'à 2034, il y aura des mesures au fur et à mesure. C'est une sorte de stratégie à long terme. Mais la seule chose qu'on a adoptée, c'était les mesures pour 2026, si je me trompe pas, là. Puis si c'est ça que tu dis qu'on mettrait sur les tablettes pour le moment, je veux juste être clair, là, parce qu'on va en discuter plus tard, là, puis avant, au cas où tu parles, je veux être clair que c'est ça que tu demandes. On met en pause les activités prévues en 2026 et non pas tout le reste du plan, ou est-ce que tu veux vous faire consulter sur l'ensemble du plan?
Mais moi, je regarde ça comme qui est écrit, et puis moi, je suggère qu'on pourrait discuter le plan en général avant que n'importe quoi que ça soit adopté.
OK, merci.
Et puis là, au premier demande, là, on aimerait d'avoir, on suggère une réunion entre la gérante du département et les deux autres membres du département.
Merci beaucoup.
OK,
C'est clair.
ça fait plaisir. Merci à vous.
Il n'y a pas d'autres questions, donc, conseiller Léger, allez-y.
Excusez, Madame la Maire. Merci. I'm just wondering, though, and maybe this is a question to Elaine, because when we dealt with this at the Committee of the Whole, we asked specifically, what type of consultation had taken place. So I guess I don't like to assume, but why would this group that's very much a part of the transportation plan for our community not have been part of those discussions, and certainly seems like a sensible request this evening.
Merci, conseiller Léger. Marc, est-ce que je peux faire une suggestion que le suivi se fasse? Monsieur Gérard, vous allez communiquer avec le comité et le suivi va se faire. Donc, on va espérer qu'on va trouver un moyen qui va convenir à tous. Donc,
On va trouver quelque chose, oui. Merci,
bon.
Madame la Maire. Oui, oui.
merci. Elaine, allez-y, Elaine.
Merci. Merci, Conseiller Léger. To answer your question, there was extensive consultation done during the process, and many stakeholders were consulted, and I verified with Watt Consulting today, and they did mention that the AT Coalition was consulted as part of the process. So we can certainly meet further if you have any concerns, and we can share the full report. Only the executive summary was made public, so I can share that with the AT Coalition as well.
Okay, all right, thank you, merci.
Merci. Madame la greffière.
Le prochain, c'est des exposés de l'administration. Je ne vois pas Philomène, elle n'a pas rentré encore. Je n'ai pas... OK. Ça sera une mise à jour l'arrêté concernant la protection contre les incendies. Charles Leblanc est ici, chef adjoint de la sécurité publique.
Bonsoir, Charles.
Good evening, Your Worship, councilors, members of the public. Tonight, basically, we're offering basically to provide an update on bylaw enforcements, basically for the year 2026. As you may be well aware of, in 2026, council approved to have 19 new positions basically transferred from a contractor, moved them to city staff. Needless to say, in 2025 was a very year for us. It was a year of transition, a challenging year to find 19 men and women to come be part of our bylaw enforcement. It becomes very challenging when you're starting to ask for these folks to have a pretty in-depth background and a background in policing or corrections, and basically, they don't have any criminal records and so on and so forth. So it becomes very complicated. As of today, we're still a few members short. But one of the things, as challenging as it's been to find new staff, one of the things that's been very fundamental for bylaw is having staff on board that are city employees. And basically what that has done for us is it brought up the level of professionalism to our staff. Even though that we're still a few members short, we have staff are very motivated. They want to go to work. And we're getting into, actually, so to speak, another transition where we're becoming a lot more proactive than we were much before, that we were more in I guess, a reactive role. Just quickly, since 2025, basically our structure has changed a little bit. It goes all the way up to the director of Chief Landry, myself as the manager. In between, there's a coordinator. Basically, it's a licensing coordinator that looks after parking and pretty much everything licensing, such as outdoor patios and so on and so forth. And underneath myself as the manager, we have a team lead that kind of overlooks, and obviously you all see the friendly staff at the front desk. Those are basically, we have 3 positions there. Those is basically our lobby or so to speak, City Hall security. And we have 2 other staff as well that basically are dedicated for parking enforcement. As well, we have what we call our Monday to Friday staff. We have 3 officers that deal a little bit more with complicated files, such as dangerous and unsightly properties, that take a little bit more time to do these investigations. And as well as basically the faces that you probably see a lot more than anybody else is basically our 16 officers that work 24/7. Those are basically what we call our community safety officers that are out there every day. Probably 90 to 95% of their work is dealing obviously with complaints directly related to our vulnerable sector, or vulnerable population, and basically those is what we call our social calls. Just quickly, since 2020, basically we've been patrolling 24/7. Nothing has changed there. A huge aspect, and I hear it every day from our citizens, is basically what we're bringing out there is a huge uniform presence. All of our staff are, especially now that they're city employees, is basically they cannot be anymore a representative of our communities. They're huge city ambassadors for us. They promote everything we do every day. Absolutely amazing. And obviously, every one of our staff, doesn't matter which section they work over, or every department, they all enforce bylaws. And obviously, we're responsible for cleanup coordination. Relatively quickly, I just want to go from some of the highlights from, you can see there on the display, basically some of our stats. Some of them have relatively not changed. So from 2024 to 2025, basically the unsightly premises, we went down a few from 645 to 596. Waste collection has gone up a little bit. That's basically all the complaints from basically folks that are having issues with their dirty garbage outside. And actually one of them that's, I wouldn't say surprising, is basically the noise. We had a couple hundred calls less this year, and I always want to say that that's maybe a little bit pro-action from our staff and folks knowing that we're out there. Social issues, again, I think our proactive approach, social issues is basically, again, is mostly probably 95% of those calls are social and pretty much directly relating to people that are vulnerable out there. Our call volume actually has dropped by almost, actually a little over 1,000 call in 2025. So I look at that as a very positive aspect, that actually we're not getting those extra calls. We've actually had around 200 calls less for encampments, and pretty much the rest of it has remained just about the same as you can see on there. Parking, as we all know, there's been a bit of a frustration around the city. Again, that's been, 2025 is a transition year, moving from, I call them obsolete, old school meter style things of all the several hundred meters that the city have around the city. I know last June, council approved to move to a different system called, I believe, Hotspot. As a result of that, you will see there's a pretty drastic decline in parking tickets. And again, it just goes, it's a lot more difficult to enforce parking when the meters are not there, they're damaged, or so on and so forth, and just for us actually to keep up repairing them. It's been pretty much a full-time job for some of the parking staff just to keep them up. So as a result of that, as we're transitioning into in 2026, we're still in transition. I think you will see that a lot more in our ticket volumes will be coming up, hopefully for 2026. Again, licensing and permits, not a whole lot has changed. That's pretty much stuff that comes in every year. You're looking at taxi owners. 2025, we had 304 taxi owners that applied for licenses, so that'd be pretty much the amount of taxis out there. There's 421 taxi drivers, exactly the same as the previous year. And the rest of it is just stuff that, from dog license and so on and so forth, would remain the same. In summary, we're about, close to 4,000 or 3,500 some calls or service requests, less than the year before. Looking at the bigger picture, I guess I want to be, and our group is cautiously optimistic that the result of those dropping calls, a lot of it likely has to do with our proactive approach. I know that starting in October, just October of 2025, some of our daytime staff has been a lot more proactive, just not reactive. And the fact that our staff now, instead of just reacting to the call and moving to something else right away or just moving on, they actually take the time to speak with the members of our vulnerable sector and try to find maybe a place for them to go, a place for them for a better place. That makes a huge difference. And being proactive as well is that if stuff is not dealt with, as the officers used to drive by certain things happening, if they're dealt with, if we have motivated staff like we have now, is those things are addressed immediately, basically hinting that we're hoping that the calls don't come in if the issue has been addressed. So those are the very, very positive things. The fact that we have city staff, and I cannot emphasize this enough, it's been a game changer, and I want to thank council for taking that step and providing us with city staff. It's like a different world for us, completely different way of doing things. We're not training staff because before we had huge issues with retention. Right now, we've lost, I believe, 2 people. One of them just moved basically to a much better job in another province in public safety. And other than that, we're keeping people. We have the best staff. I'm telling you, I go to work every day, and the staff we have on right now are dedicated. And I can tell you, from having spent many, many years in policing, their job that they go out every day with limited authority, to go out there and be motivated every day, it takes a pretty special person. And right now, we have that group that's really working amazing things for us. And I think that's it for the end of my presentation.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Leblanc. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Conseiller Bourgeois, allez-y.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Merci beaucoup pour la présentation. Dis à ton équipe qu'ils font une maudite bonne job, on les apprécie beaucoup. J'ai 2 séries de questions. Le premier, c'est l'arrêté sur le bruit. On l'a modifié en 2022 ou 2023. 2022. Je reçois quand même des plaintes. J'ai beaucoup de concitoyens, on habite proche de la Mountain Road, là, peut-être, mais qui se plaignent parce que on a essentiellement changé la façon de l'administrer. Au lieu d'être de 11 h du soir à 8 h du matin, c'est n'importe quand s'il y a un bruit excessif. Mais souvent, ils se plaignent à votre service, puis c'est comme si qu'il n'y a pas grand-chose qu'on peut faire, à moins qu'on est là, à moins qu'on ait un écouteur de décibels. Ou comment on fait pour patrouiller, comment on fait pour administrer cet arrêté-là si vous n'êtes pas sur les lieux?
Conseiller Bourgeois, notre équipe, évidemment, on n'utilise pas d'appareil avec des décibels, ça ne fait pas partie de l'arrêté. Mais tout de suite, comme si nos officiers vont sur les lieux, puis ne sont pas capables d'attendre peut-être le bruit, de la musique, des personnes qui chantent ou plusieurs différentes choses, on donne toujours la chance à la personne, le plaignant. Ils sont capables de nous donner une déclaration. Puis s'il nous donne une déclaration, nous, on n'était pas là, mais c'est vraiment du plaignant, si qu'il veut continuer peut-être pour qu'on soit capable de donner un billet. Nous, on est capable d'amener ça à notre équipe légale. Puis de là, il y aura une décision de prix de l'équipe légale si on va avancer avec l'infraction.
OK. Donc, il y a une façon de procéder puis d'appliquer l'arrêté.
Oui, absolument.
OK. Deuxième question. C'est par rapport à, vous avez social issues, les enjeux sociaux. Je regarde les 6 catégories de défis qu'on a, puis la plupart semblent avoir diminué. Entre 2024 et 2025, on va souhaiter que ça va continuer à diminuer davantage. Sauf que shopping carts, les paniers, ça continue à augmenter. Y a-t-il une explication pour pourquoi que les autres diminuent alors que celui-là augmente?
Je vais vous dire honnêtement, je pense que notre équipe est plus proactive. La raison qu'on est plus proactif, c'est que chaque fois qu'on voit des cards tout de suite, puis vraiment à partir c'est alentour de partir du mois de septembre, on a fait un genre de push là-dessus. Puis c'est vraiment ça, c'est pour ça que les chiffres vont vraiment augmenter. Puis je pense que tout le monde est d'accord que depuis septembre, octobre, il y a beaucoup moins de shopping carts sur les rues. Puis je pense que la plupart des gens qui vont dans la ville, ils voient la différence. Puis ça, c'est juste à cause que notre équipe est devenue plus proactive d'enlever les shopping carts de la rue.
OK. Dans les deux cas, par rapport au bruit, par rapport au panier, si jamais je ne sais pas si on les appelle les officiers ou des agents, à travers de vous, à travers du chef, à travers de M. Preston, vous avez des suggestions pour améliorer soit l'arrêté même, il y a 2 arrêtés en jeu, ou la façon dont c'est mis en œuvre, ou les défis que vous avez, s'il vous plaît, nous en faire part, soit au conseil ou en montant la chaîne, parce que je vous assure que c'est des préoccupations assez importantes pour les citoyens et les citoyennes, quasiment de façon quotidienne, là, un courriel ou un téléphone là, que je reçois. C'est assez important pour les citoyens, ça c'est de la fun. Ma dernière question, puis vous l'avez dit, c'était pas prévu parce que vous l'avez dit dans votre discours, avec les limites qu'ils ont, ou quelque chose comme ça. Puis ça fait des années, depuis le premier rapport Perry-Valen-Taylor en 2010 ou 2011, qui parlait des services de police, puis de quelle façon, dans l'Ouest canadien, ils ont, en plus de la GRC, dans certaines municipalités, ils ont ce qu'on appelle des agents de la paix, peace officers. Ça fait des années qu'on essaye d'avoir peace officers, la désignation de peace officers. Est-ce que vos agents sur le terrain vous font part de toutes les limites, puis vous avez ça de compilé en quelque part? Je sais qu'ils n'ont pas le droit d'aller sur une propriété sans la permission écrite du propriétaire. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres empêchements qu'ils identifient lorsqu'ils essayent de faire leur job, mais qu'ils ne sont pas capables de faire?
Très bonne question, conseiller Bourgeois. Évidemment, chaque jour, lorsqu'on vient, puis on voit des certains appels, parfois on n'est pas capable de peut-être faire certaines choses qui deviennent vraiment un problème, peut-être que ça soit fait, pour que la GRC vienne nous donner. Mais il y a certainement certains endroits qu'on peut améliorer, comme tout de suite, comme des appels sur le Trespass Act, pour un exemple. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui nous aiderait grandement, qu'on n'aurait pas besoin d'appeler la GRC chaque fois. Ça, c'est des choses tout de suite, quand on est en contact avec la province. Je sais que M. Preston a des discussions assez souvent avec la province. Puis d'après ce que je sais tout de suite, c'est que les négociations entre la province et la communauté ici continuent. Je pense dans le futur assez. Donc, pas trop loin dans le futur, on devrait avoir peut-être des réponses plus pour voir c'est où qu'on s'en va avec la province pour avoir le statut de gendarme spécial ou peace officer.
So perhaps,
Sur ce, on va laisser M. le gérant répondre.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Perhaps maybe I can jump in just quickly. I know that, just to follow up on what Monsieur Leblanc indicated, we're in constant communication with the province. I know that we've had a number of conversations about special designation for our community officers for that special officer consideration. I was assured last week by the Deputy Minister of Public Safety that he would be getting back to us within a couple of weeks to give us a path forward on the necessary legislative amendments that need to be made to provide our constables or our officers here with that designation. So we'll have updates for you on an ongoing basis as the winter goes on. As indicated by Monsieur Leblanc, is that this has been probably about a year's worth of work between back and forth with the province, including the RCMP, on getting that special designation.
J'allais pas aller jusqu'à là. La seule chose que je voulais savoir, c'est est-ce que vous pouvez communiquer à M. Preston ces détails-là? J'assume qu'il les connaît, mais au cas où, le nombre de cas, même si c'était un estimé, parce que moi-même, avec le conseiller Légère, le conseiller Leblanc et le conseiller Butler, au nom du conseil, on a un comité sur le crime. Puis on a besoin de ces informations-là pour justifier une des recommandations qui est, si on n'a pas eu la désignation d'agent de la paix avant que notre rapport va sortir, là, le mois prochain probablement, ou le mois de mars, ou plus tard, fin mars, c'est une des recommandations les plus importantes si la province n'a pas annoncé. Là. Ça fait aussi longtemps que M. Preston peut venir au comité, il siège au comité avec ces détails-là. J'apprécierais beaucoup. Merci, Madame la maire.
Merci. Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Deputy Chief, thanks for the presentation. I do have a couple questions on the noise bylaw. I wish you all the best on that because that's really hard to track down. I know from experience we went through great battles with city staff and yourself, obviously, and the citizens from Tomb Street, as well as I, when we had those noise situations coming up back in the day. Regards to one business, but there's many businesses in that area too that can contribute to noise. So good luck on that, but anything I can do, I would support it because it did do wonders on Tomb Street, according to the province, which has walked hand in hand with us on that. I want to just briefly touch about social issues. It's the talk of the city of Moncton. And I see the numbers going down. You're correct. These are calls to the department. That's correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, is there some way maybe that we can get dollars and cents and exactly what the time and what the cost of the amount of the money would be on the force to go out and attend to these 1,216 calls as one example on social issues? What that would take, how many officers on a truck, how long are they on site, when they leave the site, how often are they called back, things along that line. I'm just trying to put a dollars and cents to the whole social issues impact on our Moncton Fire Department budget. Is that a possibility?
We could definitely take a look at that.
Okay.
And I just want to, I guess, make a quick correction. Yes, some of these calls are received from the public, but some of those are also self-generated.
Okay.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, that's great. That's good to know. Perfect. Okay, good. So I'm looking for that because I'm trying to weigh that out, right? Exactly dollars and cents, what we discuss, what this council approves in the budget. It's always good to have that because most of these social issues that are being dealt with by our fire department are mental health and addiction services, overdoses, I'm assuming, and things along that line, which, as we all know, are provincial responsibilities and Department of Health. So we don't fund Department of Health. However, our citizens fund our fire department. So if we could, I wouldn't mind getting those numbers from you. I do understand it may take some time to generate all that, but that would be nice. On the cleanups in your social issues, you got cleanups and then weight of debris. So your cleanups are down, which is good. The weight of the debris is down. Has this got anything to do with the council-approved budgetary item on the Enviro team and exactly how often they go out and they take care of cleanups as well as removing debris, or is this just strictly you?
This is strictly City of Moncton bylaw. It has nothing to do with Enviro. Enviro may have their own figures
Yep.
of what they pick up on behalf of the City of Moncton, but these figures here do not include any calls for Enviro. These are basically for calls that were made by our current contractor.
Okay. I'll ask the question to DMCI. I do believe they take care of Enviro. I'd like to see if their numbers went up where ours went down. So I'm just wondering if there's a difference, right? And the last thing that I had, and this wasn't part of your social issues or anything along this line, actually, I got two more points. One would be boarding up of homes throughout the city. So these homes that are run down, they're boarded up. They look like they're housing maybe some homeless people, maybe they're housing drugs and, garbage is piling up. What are we doing as far as the city goes with specifically on those homes? Or what can we do?
So currently, there's a couple aspects to it. So these calls can possibly come in from the general public. Maybe your next door neighbor has decided to leave his house, could be for many different reasons, financial reason, they just walked away. It could be that the house is in such disrepair, again, they just walk away. People are passing and so on and so forth. Or it gets to a certain point that it could be potentially fire prevention that actually goes in, and basically they had to close the property. When these things happen, typically there's a long process. There's fire marshal orders that are written up. Basically, like the tenants have to leave for whatever reason, or it doesn't matter if it's an order from the Office of the Fire Marshal, which is done here in Moncton, or potentially on the other side of things is bylaw enforcement also gets involved, basically under unsightly and dangerous. Two different process, they're running parallel to each other. Usually the fire department or fire marshal order can act a little bit quicker than basically bylaw staff. We have a very rigid process that we have to go through. These things come to our attentions, like I said, from many, many different avenues. Our process from both sides is to ensure that under any circumstances is we want those properties to be at some point, if possible, basically reconstructed, renovated, so people can move back in. Like we have, hundreds and hundreds of people out there that have no place to stay. So the last thing we want to see, I know from the fire prevention standpoint, from a bylaw standpoint, the absolute last resort is a demolition. Like every time a demolition happens, nobody wins. So for us is they're basically boarded up, to your point, which is not pretty, but it secures the property. I don't know if, I believe some of you council here were probably here back in 2016. We had a property on Gordon Street where a couple homeless set a fire to basically keep himself warm. And unfortunately, one of the persons perished in that building. So since 2016, basically, Moncton Fire as well as bylaw has been working diligently to try to make at least these vacant homes as safe as possible. I know fire keeps it up every week. They have crews going up to make sure that they're secured and safe, and we have our bylaw staff. But the issue is very complicated. It's never simple. We have folks sometimes, like property owners say, someone take the property, I don't want it anymore. And then it becomes difficult for we do as a city to try to bring that property. So not a simple issue.
Okay. And my last question, or my last comment, and it's a question, would be on parking. You did talk about the new gate system, or the no more gate system that we're having. It's been brought to me at different Wildcat hockey games by people in the attendance that seems like seniors are struggling with this, because some seniors don't have a cell phone to scan the code to pay for their parking. It's not well indicated. And they're wondering, I guess, when are the pay stations coming? Number one, because they've talked about council approving this under the chief that presented it to us. And I'm curious to know when the pay stations are coming and what the move forward is on those. How many are coming, number one. Number two is how many, because I think the comment, and I'm going to recall my memory, was only 30 across the city, but I could be wrong. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm not sure if you have any information on that, and I know it's not part of your stats.
It's all good, Councillor Crossman. Unfortunately, a lot of the questions that you asked this last round is I can't answer because I was really not personally involved in the transition to hotspot.
Okay.
What I can tell you is that it is in the works, and I can assure you we're getting the same complaints as well, that, like right now, there's no pay stations and so on and so forth. That is something that I know I bring back to Chief Landry on a regular base. So maybe, we could, maybe a question for Chief Landry
Okay.
when he comes back. I don't have all the answers for as far as when are they coming and so on and so forth. I don't have that.
Okay. And my apologies for asking the question, knowing that you didn't have I just thought maybe you were involved and could have answered those questions. And again, I'll apologize to our city staff because obviously they're doing extra work in this time period while we transition. And they're fielding all these as well, right? So it's just hearing what I'm hearing out there, like I said, at a few hockey games and around the city. So I just wanted to pass it along, so.
Appreciate
Great, I thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci, Conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Deputy LeBlanc, for your presentation. Just a couple of questions for myself. I'm very glad to hear that we're not complaint-driven anymore, that we're self-generating files. That was really kind of like what we wanted the CSOs to do in the first place. I know when I started out with this and chasing down information back in 2018 from out west, especially in Saskatchewan, CSOs are big. They work hand in hand with the RCMP. And I had thought by now we would have them as special constables. But anyway, that's for a higher level of government than we can do. Court cases, I was looking here, like, we have a lot of social issues, campments, needles, shopping carts, but we don't have a level here or anything marking how many times have we got court cases for the CSOs. Do they go to court?
There's been some court cases, for sure, from our bylaw staff and some of the CSOs.
I'm more about the CSOs and not the bylaw. Bylaws are probably for traffic tickets, and I'm thinking more about the CSOs.
I can't answer your question. I believe there's been some court cases. I remember some subpoenas coming through, but to tell you how many, I'm not sure.
Okay, so well, maybe next time when you come back around with your presentation, maybe you could put another line there, make us know that, that there is, if you're getting charged, that there are consequences for going to court, and to see what happens there, like if it's, unfounded or they're on probation, or what's the fine, or what do we do in there? Because I know when we talk about the unsightly premises, I've had a few up there in the north end, and they keep getting put off, and, after a while, I worry that people stop saying, well, it's no sense of calling, that we hear that from people all the time, but with the RCMP, well, I don't bother calling anymore because they're not going to do anything. So we just don't want to get that, because I think the program is going to be really worth it when we get everything going. Just to our CAO, underneath the Police Act, there's no when you're talking earlier about the change in legislation, there really is no change in legislation underneath the New Brunswick Police Act, and the minister can appoint. It's a matter of just, there's not a lot that has to go that way. Is there something I'm missing here?
Well, thank you for the question, Councillor. I'm not a lawyer, but I know that that's the information that the Department of Public Safety has given us. It's about the changes to the legislation required for consideration. So I guess we're waiting to hear back from them on that, but I don't have any more information.
Well, I guess maybe what we should do is ask them maybe to read the Police Act, because the Police Act clearly states that he can appoint. That's what he's there for. But again, above our pay grade, that's provincial. So with this, when we have do we have, when we're going through human resources, regards to, are we getting many, are we having many on file, keeping people on file who wants to become a CSO? I mean, they have pension, there's a lot of benefits to working here.
I'm going to be very transparent with you, Councillor.
I like that.
We've sifted through hundreds and hundreds of applicants. We've probably interviewed about 75 last year for 10 positions. And I'll tell you that the hardest part is for persons to have the basic requirements, such as a police foundation program, a police cadet program, a correctional foundation program, and do not have a criminal record, has somewhat of a clean driving abstract, and basically a short background. From that, we're getting a lot of applicants that don't have those minimum standards. And the reason we're asking for those minimum standards is to have that high level of officers we're having today that are motivated, they want to work, they want to do this job. At the end of the day, there's really not, like I said, we're getting a fair bit of applicants. I believe the latest round that we're doing right now, I think the last I look, I think we have around 120 applicants for 3 positions. And I will be surprised if we have out of those 120, and I haven't gone through all of them, if we have 10 that meets our minimum requirement. And that's the difficult part. And when we're talking about to get a special constable or peace officer, is we do require that minimum standard in order to bring our staff to the next level. So that's the challenge for us. But at the end of the day, I think we've been doing extremely well. We did, I think, a decent job as our hiring team to bring the staff that we have on now. It's not simple, but I think we're at the point where we'd rather have a better quality candidate than just anyone, I guess.
Well, I'm sure that's exactly what we would like for the city of Moncton to have, the best of the best. Just in closing, I'd just like to say that you can pass it on to your staff. Like, I hear some great things about them also, and it's important. Sometimes we sit here and we try to pick it apart, but from what I hear from the people in my ward anyway, is that they're very pleased with the men and women with the community safety officers. Always very polite, very professional, take their time to explain, stop and talk sometimes. And I think that's most important for, because they are our clients and we have to make sure that they're looked after. So if you'd pass that on, and thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci beaucoup. Conseiller Richard, est-ce que vous êtes là?
Je suis là,
Oui,
m'entendez-vous?
vous avez une question?
Oui. Merci Charles pour la présentation. Merci d'être là. Please thank all your staff. I make it a purpose to, if I see them close by, to go say hi and tell them who I am and how we appreciate what they're doing. So, and it looks as if they don't mind. So, so the hotspot parking is something I brought up a little over a week ago. I'm sure you're already aware. The discussions that we had back and forth. There was something mentioned in the conversations around City Hall parking, maybe parking garage as well. Since there's no kiosk, all of a sudden it was removed. The gates were removed. I mean, is there another way that they can still park there, and even if they don't have the app and a device with them?
Conseiller Richard, I wish I had an answer for you. I really haven't been that much involved with the parking and the transition. That's been really Chief Landry and Natalie Landry, which couldn't make it tonight either. So really the question should be asked to them of what, because I'm not sure what's planned. It could be something right around the corner. But currently, I have to say things are as is, I guess.
Perhaps I can jump
Go
in,
ahead.
Conseiller Richard. Currently, if there is, and again, I think the questions on parking will bring in the chief to answer more, provide a better update on where we're at on the transition into hotspot. But currently, I would suggest for folks that come into City Hall or in the parking garage that don't have access to the app to, if they can, come into the lobby here and talk to our officers here at City Hall, and they'll be able to take care of them at that point in time.
So also I saw the chief actually had something come out on Times and Transcript that could have been mentioned there. Maybe that would have been helpful as well, but that's fine. It's, for the public that are listening tonight, they can grab a hold of that, hopefully. I just find it sad that we went forward with that without putting kiosks up, other ways to pay. Without those kiosks, a lot of people are feeling, they don't feel liked. So we took something away from them that they had options for. So Merci beaucoup, Charles. Take care.
Merci.
Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. Il n'y a pas d'autres questions. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Leblanc. Merci.
Merci, Madame la mairesse.
The next presentation is Enough, and it will be done by Patrick Gillespie and Joanne Phillips, if they want to come to the podium.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Gillespie.
Hello,
Madame Phillips.
Your Worship,
Bienvenue.
members of council. Thank you for agreeing to hear some of our thoughts on crime in the
Could you
city.
get closer to the mic,
Sorry.
please?
Thank you for agreeing to hear some of our thoughts on crime in our city. We, as mentioned, will be sharing sort of the presentation. I would start by giving sort of an overview of how this movement came to be, where we're at now, and then I'd like to share some personal information on our company in particular and the impact that crime has had on our company in the last little bit, following which Joanne will talk a little bit about the impact on her businesses and affairs, and then we'll wind up with a discussion on where we'd like to go from here. So who we are, let's see. You see here, we're a group of people that are concerned about crime in the downtown. As it stands now, we have over 3,000 signatures on the petition. We've been at it for just a little over 4 months now, and through the Christmas season. And we have a Facebook page, and Mr. Randall here at Portfolio has helped us sort of navigate to try and get our message out. But it's been relatively easy. It came about as a result of us in our businesses noticing a significant and alarming increase in crime, and nothing seemingly happening about it. And as we started to talk to other business owners and to other residents in the downtown, we found them all saying the same thing. It's probably after the weather, and you know, it's probably one of the hottest topics in the city right now. Anyway, like I said, we're significantly impacted, and I'll just give you a little overview. Our company has been around for 28 years in Moncton. We're primarily in Moncton. We have just under 1 million square feet of commercial space in Moncton, a little bit, mostly office, but a little bit of retail, and 230 so apartments. And we have a lot of stuff in the downtown where the biggest of the problem is. In fact, we have just under 10% of the assessments in the BIA right now are buildings that we own. We in those properties, prior to, I'm going to say 2000, and I'll show some figures, to 2023, we had no budget for security. There was no line of miscellaneous, in our overall affairs. 24, towards the end of 24, things started to go in the wrong direction. And in 25, it exploded. The year 2025, in the year 2023, we spent $9,600 on security. In the year 2025, $171,000 on security. And the $171,000 is just security. It doesn't include all of the repairs, the glass, the doors, and all of the stuff that we've had to, to deal with as a result of the crime in these buildings. We look and we see, and there doesn't seem to be enough boots on the ground to deal with the extent of the crime. And we have, like I talked to you about our residential. Our residential we built in the downtown core. We built primarily as a result of the great plans and grants that the city has for building on vacant parking lots. There's probably no one other than maybe Heritage Court that has more surface parking lots than we do. And that program, excellent, gave some grants, allowed us to move forward. And they were full before they were even built, finished being built. Now, they're about 30% empty. And the number one reason that folks are giving us in exit interviews as they leave is I just feel unsafe. I can't walk around downtown, and they're moving out. I have a little note here from a couple when we did our market survey to decide what we were going to build. We found that the market demand in the downtown was primarily young professionals and empty nesters. And this lady here sold her house in Kingswood, I think it was, and her and her husband moved downtown to live the downtown dream. And so she wrote us a letter on the way out, and I'll spare the criticism of the property manager and the RCMP, but she says, approximately 1,600 hours on May 21st, 25, I learned from another tenant and the RCMP officer that there had been 2 break-ins within a very short period of time in the lower level parking garage. I asked MU, the property manager, to review security footage and noticed that the police likely would be reaching out regarding the break-in. I stated I didn't feel safe and I was concerned for my safety and the security of our belongings. Tragically, on the morning of May 25th, so May 21st is the first, I discovered that our storage locker had been broken into. We had thousands of dollars of belongings stolen and other belongings that had been thrown out of the storage units and strewn across the floor. In addition, the tenant whose unit is next to ours was also affected, making this the 3rd time their unit had been robbed in less than a week. Later on in that day, they discovered the front door had been breached, leaving the building vulnerable. This experience has left us felt unsafe in our own home. We no longer trust the on-site storage. On the day that we were robbed in our secure parking garage, we moved most of our belongings to a secure external facility at the cost of $100 a month. And this is a building where we have security. Patrols, and we have security cameras that are monitored, but you just can't get to folks fast enough. You can't get the police there fast enough. They're in and they're out very quickly. See what's going on. There's got to be something going on. Like, people ask us, what should you do? What should you go? We're business owners. We're not criminologists or we're not policing experts. And one of the things we notice is that in 2023, there were the same number of shelters in the city. There was that Ensemble was still in the city in these areas. So there's something else that's happening that's causing whoever it is, whether it's, folks that are having some mental health issues or homeless, to rob and to participate in criminality. It's just gotten to a point where it's really getting bad, and it's getting worse. And I know you guys are presented with all kinds of statistics by different sources, but these are hard facts that we have. And as I say, we've got a lot of stuff in the downtown, and I think if you ask a lot of the other folks, you're going to hear the same sort of story. So I'll let Joanne go into her side.
Did you want to go through any of these? We don't have those others
Yeah.
on. Okay.
You can
All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Pat. Thank you all for having us here today. Mr. Gillespie's businesses are tremendously affected, and obviously it's a larger percentage than our small business. My name's Joanne Phillips. I am an import to Atlantic Canada. My parents were military. I had a beautiful upbringing traveling the world as I grew. And then as a national sport athlete, I continued to travel. And I was pretty excited when I came to Little Moncton. I always described this beautiful city as a large town, not a small city. Everyone seemed to know one another. If you talked to somebody at a function long enough, you were probably related somehow to them. It was wonderful. Dan Boudreau, my partner, and I've been here for 20 years now. We started in Dieppe. We were running a trucking company and a construction company, and we moved our business out to Irishtown just for the trucking facilities. And as that industry continued to change, we thought we would invest in Moncton, and we brought our businesses into the downtown core of Moncton. We have some short-term rentals that we host in downtown Moncton. As an exercise physiologist and nutritionist, I offer workshops. We offer housing to individuals that are coming to our city that have to attend treatment at both hospitals. And in the last 8 years that we've owned these properties, the number of crimes committed against the property itself or individuals that are staying at our properties has gone up exponentially. It's getting to the point where our investment is worth nothing. When we are looking that this may be a retirement for us to host these beautiful homes in this wonderful city for a brief period of time, and then as we get a little older to maybe look at that as a retirement project, right now, it's not even an option. There's no question that those that are most vulnerable in our city are being preyed upon. The crime is escalating, and we do not have enough boots on the ground. We do not have the capacity to look after this. We spoke to the RCMP group a couple weeks back, months back maybe. I'm really like a 5-year-old with dates and times. But there's no question that the RCMP are picking and choosing what they can respond to and what they can't. There's just not enough individuals to address all of the crime that's happening. And the crime really is the problem. As a citizen, when our home gets hit for the 4th time. So the first time all the copper was stolen out of the home on Cameron Street. That was $58,000. The individuals came back the next day because they thought they might have missed a few pieces. When we look at this home in the downtown core on Cameron Street, 5 times we've had to call officers to the home because of criminal activities. You can't receive mail in downtown Moncton. That is a serious red flag. When your center core city can't have its citizens receive mail in an open mailbox, this is a criminal offense. Stealing mail is a crime. We can't have anybody receive mail in any one of our residents. It will disappear really quickly. In fact, I was standing in the front of the property on Cameron when our second suite tenants received a package on the front porch. So I contacted them by phone immediately, standing there while I watched a criminal drop their bike, grab the package, get back on their bike, and ride off. I did post pictures of this individual from our surveillance system on social media. The individual was identified by their mother. The mother contacted me and said, "That's my son. He's had some problems. I thought he was doing better." I offered that information to the RCMP officers, and we were told by the courts that the camera image wasn't clear enough for them to press charges. The crime has to be addressed. It has to be addressed. We have to stop making excuses. We have to stop pointing fingers. I can't have anybody stay in these places downtown. When nurses are calling us to have an escort to their car because they're afraid to walk outside the home because of the individual sitting on the front step doing something illegal. And when you contact the police, they let you know they'll get there as soon as possible. More often than not, I will drive from the other end of the city or maybe from my office out in Irishtown back into the city before it gets addressed by an RCMP officer. What we're demanding, we're calling on City Council and the province to acknowledge the scale of this crisis publicly, to commit to visible, coordinated enforcement and adequate policing resources, to stop the jurisdictional finger-pointing. This requires leadership from all of us, every single one of us, and all levels of government. Establish a task force on downtown crime or something equivalent. We could model Fredericton's success task force approach. Purpose, focus resources, ensure accountability, coordinate action across all levels of government. Crime must have consequences. Public safety is non-negotiable. I'm 6'2". I almost weigh 200 pounds. It's not uncommon for me to be backing into my driveway and a criminal will stand there preventing me from accessing my driveway. And when I step out of my vehicle, they'll wield a weapon. They're very comfortable to control what's happening in downtown Moncton. We need to change that. We're not going away. Our commitment to Greater Moncton, to the citizens living in Greater Moncton, to the vulnerable community in Greater Moncton, to the businesses in Greater Moncton. This is an election year. We will ensure voters know where every candidate stands. What we are doing, we're continuing to grow the coalition, to share stories from residents and businesses, surveying every council candidate. Will you make crime your top priority if elected? Publishing responses so voters can make informed decisions, holding electoral officials accountable through sustained public pressure. Our message is very simple. Crime is out of control. It must stop. Those who are committed to solving this problem will have our support. Those who are not will be held accountable by voters. Join us. The time for action is now. We are asking each one of you to acknowledge the crisis, commit to making public safety the top priority, support the creation of a task force on crime, work with the province and the RCMP to deliver real, visible results. We will not stop until public safety is restored in Greater Moncton, that we have 100% capacity in the wonderful units that are offered. We have contact information on social media. We have a website available. We encourage everybody to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Conseiller Butler, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Worship, and Patrick and Joanne, thank you very much for your presentation. I guess I'm the only one on council that has a little bit more knowledge from being a former police officer, where we were and where we are now. I agree with you with the crime rate. I agree that also that public safety should be our number one, and I believe from talking to council that most that I believe that I've spoken to agree. But sometimes we have to know the history before we get into the future. So I was a police officer. I came here in Moncton in 1979. Gee, that's a long time ago, 1979. Anyway, in 1998, when the RCMP took over, and you know, I've said this 1,000 times here, so people get tired hearing me, but between Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, there was 178 police officers. 178 between the three. The population then was probably about, between the three communities, probably 90,000. We have a budgeted amount of RCMP officers now, 177, that's budgeted, and our population has doubled. So you can see the correlation between the population growing and nobody has kept up with the policing. So people say, well, why don't you hire more? So last year in our budget, we gave the RCMP permission to hire 17 new officers. When they came around this year and asked for more, we asked them, how many did they get? Oh, that's 17. There was none. They didn't get the 17. So as a counselor, it's very frustrating for me to hear citizens come. We give them permission to hire. but nobody is hired. So that's the problem that we're having. Do I agree that we definitely don't have enough police officers? When I retired in 2013, we didn't have enough police officers. When I got on council, every superintendent that came before us, I asked them, if we had a pocket full of money that magically appeared, how many members would you need? Each one of them told council, we have enough, we're an adequate police force. Adequate police force. So as a councillor, the most we can do with the RCMP, because we have no control over operational. Last year, Councillor Bourgeois came forward and asked, okay, can we hire just 5? Give you permission to hire 5 and put them in the downtown area. We were told by the superintendent that if we hire 5, give them permission to hire 5, they'll decide where they go because we have no control over operational parts of the RCMP. So we get stuck here in the middle and not trying to point fingers at who's right, who's wrong. Not trying to do that. We're trying to find a solution too. Councillor Legier, Councillor Bourgeois, and myself, we just started sitting on a committee to try to figure out how we can prevent this crime even better than what we're trying to do now with the CSOs. There's a number of things that we have tried. CSOs, they should have been 5 years ago, 6 years ago, should have been special constables. But we got the runaround. No, we can't do it. We have to wait, we have to wait, we have to wait. And now they're paid people that still can't go on private property, go on Patrick's or your property and say, no, you can't be here, give trespass notice, they can't do it. So we're kind of caught looking sometimes like the bad person, but we would love to solve the problem. We would love to be able to say to the RCMP, you know what, we got a problem in the downtown area. Take some extra people and hire them overtime and do it. Operationally, we can't tell them to do that. Operationally, we can't say nothing to the RCMP. We sent an email out last week to find out how many fully operational police officers they have on the street. That means that you can work shift work, you can carry a gun, you can make arrests, and they told us no, they weren't going to give us that information. So here we are again. When you say boots on the street, I agree. We need more boots on the street. But as a council, we still do not have the power to do that. We do not have the power. So if we can sit down and we can have a committee and we can figure out how we can get the RCMP to do this, I'd be more than happy to sit down and talk to you. So my question is to you, to Patrick and Joanne, what else can we do as a council? What else? Like, we give money, they can't hire them. When they do hire them, we can't tell them where we're having problems because they make the decisions. So I just give me some feedback of what you people, as the businesses, think that we should do more. I get hostile about this because I know that
You're paying the bill.
I'm sorry?
And if you're paying the bill.
Yeah, it doesn't
If
work
you're
like...
paying the bill, I'd stop paying the bill pretty quick if they don't start listening to what you're doing. That's what you do with any other circumstance.
Yeah, if
Like,
it
doesn't
was
make
that easy,
sense.
Patrick, it would have been done. We had a vote a couple years ago in regards to, should we go back to municipal where we have local autonomy, or should we stay with the RCMP? It was a 5-5 vote, and it got defeated. So there's 5 people here that thought it was great to maybe change and tried to have some more local autonomy. There was 5 that said no, so defeated. So again, we're right back to where we are. So yes, if it was that easy, yes, we could do it.
I don't know that anyone's suggesting a solution. It might be easy.
No, I agree.
And we can't do anything yesterday.
That's right.
So I understand what you can't do. And certainly, I'm not sitting on council, and I'm not privy to the ins and outs of all of our political conversations and how they go. However, let's come together. What can we do? You're far more educated and exercised in what can happen. So let's reach out to those departments that can have some impact and hold different departments accountable and support one another rather than saying, well, we tried, but it didn't work. So what is going to work? So if that didn't work, let's try something different. So I know for sure that Fredericton is getting some ground. Why are we not considering following suit. And certainly to look, I'm a really good business person. I run my businesses really well. Well, I do as long as the investments are still there, and I'm really working hard to keep that from to happen. I volunteered to serve food over at Harvest House because I care about the citizens on our streets. So I know that we're preying on those vulnerable individuals. If we're in a position where we can have an impact, let's keep trying and let's keep coming up with a solution. Let's pull together the different departments that can have that impact. Certainly, Patrick and I don't know what the RCMP is or is not capable of. We don't know what this council does and doesn't have effect on. But what are you willing to do to help us, to bring our city back so that we want people to be moving into downtown? I mean, there are so many individuals that are coming forward to us that own industries, that own businesses that are in the industry of tourism that won't sign the petition because they're afraid we're not going to have visitors to this city. There's individuals that work in real estate that are afraid to sign the petition and put their face on this coalition because they're not going to be able to sell homes and businesses to people immigrating and coming into the Greater Moncton area. So it's up to all of us. And no, Patrick and I don't have the answers. And I don't know that our coalition does have the answers. But I know for sure we've had a lot of task forces that have come together over the last 5-7 years, offering tremendous, wonderful solution. 21 points were put forward with different groups involved for us to move forward with 21 points that will have a massive impact on the crime rates in this city. And I'm pretty sure from speaking to all of those involved, those just disappeared. Not much was acted on. And those 21 points just went away and dissolved. You can't even find them on the internet today. Why did we come forward with all those suggestions if nobody was going to follow through on it? So maybe even go back to that list of 21. There we go.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, why not look at that list and see, maybe we should resurrect it and have another group come together and have conversation about how we can follow through. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I finish, if I could, I see Mike Randall's here, and he's the one that authored that 21. Mike, if you could come to the mic, if you would, please. Just a couple questions. So thank you very much for showing up, Mike. I remember one of the things that when you done your study or put it together, one of the things was that you know, we as council, we get a lot of feedback from the RCMP also, as you well know. You know, one of the biggest things that when in your report was, you know, 5 minutes off of a bus here in Moncton, you could get Coke or crystal meth, whatever you wanted, it was here, right? But we haven't, or the RCMP haven't been able to change that. It's still the same thing. If you went and done that study today, you'd still find out as soon as you get off the bus, you get it. Would you agree with that?
In all of the people that I talked to, Councillor, that is still the truth, yeah?
Yep. The other one is that when when the RCMP come to us with their surveys that they have done, it's always that they're between 92 and 95% in favor. Everybody's in favor of them. But I always remember one of the quotes that you said when you were at the mic, and I was looking through my notes over the weekend, and you said, I don't know if I agree with that survey.
I think all surveys are as good as the questions that are asked, Councillor.
Yes, absolutely. So in the 21 points that you made, we as a council have started with the CSOs, what I think is a great start. We started with downtown, Councillor Crosman came along with the cleanup issue with Downtown Moncton Inc. And I find that that's a great part. You don't see it as dirty downtown, especially up here at Church and Queen. It was just a mess up there. We've asked the RCMP every time they come here about open air drug use. You know, people were coming when we're having when the meetings were going on, talking about that they would see them sitting on the side in the curb using a needle between their toes, and a police car would drive by and nobody would stop. You know, the superintendent said, well, if you ever get the car number, let us know and we'll talk to that guy. But I'm not sure that that's our issue. At the end of the day, if everybody's coming telling us that everybody's using drugs in open air, in certain areas, why there isn't more cases of people being charged with drugs. But when it comes here, the biggest thing that we get all the time is that it's blamed on the Crown prosecutor. Well, they won't go ahead with the charges. They won't go ahead with the charges. They won't go ahead with the charges if they're not charged. In my ward, one of the things I hate to hear, that I hear all the time, so I'm sure that Joanne and Patrick hear it too, is that people get tired calling because, like Joanne or Patrick says, or Joanne said she could drive from Irishtown all the way into Cameron Street and she can get there before the RCMP. So I said since the very beginning that we do not have enough boots on the street. When council, like Councillor Bourgeois says, you know, we need police officers in a certain area. But when we go to hire them, even in your report, you were advised at the time, I'm sure by the RCMP, that it's operational. We have no control. Would that be a correct statement?
I'm pretty familiar with the Police Act, and I do understand where council's limitations are. There are a couple of things I maybe would respond to, though, Councillor.
Sure.
That action plan that was released back then, the 21 points, that came out of several public engagement sessions and through lots of citizen feedback. Those 21 points were agreed upon by all of the stakeholders involved, including the City of Moncton, the RCMP, the CRPA, and where that 21-point action plan went afterwards, I'm not privy to, so I can't say why it went forward or didn't go forward. The other point I would raise, Councillor, you talked about previous and current superintendents saying that they have an adequate police force. Councillor Crosman attended the same CRPA meeting that I did not that long ago, where the superintendent stood up and said open-air drug use was one of the things they can't manage anymore because they don't have enough officers. So I'm not sure how the inconsistency plays out, Councillor, but we hear that there aren't enough officers from the superintendent on more than one occasion, so and in public forums. So that is one of the things that I think that this council could consider. The other point you said, what can we do? I think raising the point daily, making this a public issue, calling people to be held accountable, and making sure that this is a top priority that this council addresses every single time it gets together would be a good start.
I agree 100%. And as I know, as a member of this council and sitting on the committee with Councillor Bourgeois and Councillor Legier, that we're looking at ways to prevent crime right now as a committee. I find that with the RCMP, again, I go back to our budget last year, and we wanted to hire 17, and we didn't get any. So how the RCMP works is that people graduate from depot, and they're placed where they're needed, operational from depot. So if we don't get any, there's not a lot, council. We can bang the desk and kick and scream, but there's places in BC that are looking because of extortion. The Prime Minister came out on Thursday of last week, I believe, and said that, well, they're going to send more police RCMP officers to British Columbia to stop this extortion. So, and then the Premier Higgs, when he was Premier, said that he wanted 80 more here in the province. We never got the 80, closer to 50. So you're 30 short. So it's almost impossible. That's why when we're trying as a city, and our CAO is talking about these special constables, that's the next step. We can't get, when we say, well, what can you do? Well, we can't get RCMP officers. That's a given, we can't get enough. But we should be able to get our CAOs, or our CSOs, sorry, should be able to be appointed as special constables. That gives them so much more power of arrest. So, you know, I guess it's frustrating when you are a police officer and you see how it's starting to degrade and degrade and degrade, and where we were as a city and where it is now. So, and I guess I could go on and on. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate Patrick and Joanne coming here tonight, and I can assure you that it's at the very top of my list. So thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry for going on so much.
Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, I want to say thank you to our CAO. Mike O'Randall, you pointed out I was at the RCMP meeting, or the CRPA meeting in Dieppe, where you presented in Dieppe. I came back, had a meeting with the CAO the very next day, and told him this needed to get on the agenda. So I want to thank him for figuring out a way to get you onto the agenda. That's very important. Couple of questions for you, Patrick, just before, actually, hold on just a second. Before we go any farther, I have a hard time with what I'm about to say. And I have a hard time making comments, and you can stress it in my voice, with regards to the RCMP. I have a letter in front of me that's dated May of 24 of 2023 that was sent to the previous mayor from the RCMP superintendent of J Division in Fredericton, watching my comments that I make publicly on public safety and pulling 10 seconds out of a TV interview to draft a letter by the, again, commanding officer of the J Division of Fredericton in 2023, sent to the mayor. And since they took 10 seconds out of my interview, where I talked about crime in the videos, the new video surveillance cameras going on St. George Street, I, in turn, am going to take 10 seconds and read certain areas of that letter this evening. The letter states, I valued working collaboratively with you to keep the citizens serviced by the Kodiak RCMP safe. I'll end it at that. You being, again, the previous mayor. This letter did not come to me, it went to her. However, in this interview, Deputy Mayor Crossman stated, I think the biggest concern, quote, I think the biggest concern right now is a lack of presence by the RCMP and lack of the ability for them to enforce the law. I am deeply disappointed in Deputy Mayor Councillor's comments and believe comments such as this reflect poorly on everyone. There's 2 pages. That is signed by the Assistant Commissioner, Commanding Officer of the J Division. So, at times I need to be very selective on what I say, however, I shouldn't be. Because I sit here representing you, I represent businesses, I represent communities, and I've got you here tonight to the mic to speak about the crime that is going on within our city. And I know that another letter is coming, now that I've said this, and I will share it publicly again, because there's a lot wrong with those 10 seconds that I took out of that letter when I'm speaking about the cameras that were put on St. George to limit crime. I'm not going to say it's going to stop crime. Those cameras, I think, even today, don't even work anymore, that we invested in. So before I go on, I just want you to know that's where I'm starting from. I think it was mentioned earlier about the study that was done earlier. This stays on my desk, it doesn't go anywhere, and it hasn't been looked at since. Because to Councillor Butler's point, that was approved. But we don't know where the recommendations go. We don't know if they're enforced. You also talked about the joint action report on ending homelessness. It's 27 points, by the way, not 21. I know that was an error. 27 points. And I can tell you that a lot of the policing matters have not been addressed. I've sat in council meetings where I've held this up for the last 6 months, and I've just basically given up because nobody wants to hear about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to come into a room and have a sensible conversation on what's going on in our community. But this took citizens' time across Ward 2. Right, Mike? to give feedback, to hope, to have hope that there could be change. And I'm not saying not all 27 aren't done. As you can see, I've got tabs for questions. But if I flip to the RCMP one, there was 19 to 27 were RCMP. Now, some of them I've got indications that they'll be done. City of Moncton was hiring more bylaw officers. That's been done. But what really stressed me the most is I've asked for boots on the ground within the downtown core. And the response in writing, in another email from the RCMP, is they don't have the resources and they don't have the budget to do this. So these are challenges that we are up against as council members. Patrick, if you don't mind, I just want to ask you a couple questions. You sent out an email on September 30th of 2025 through Debbie, asking and showing the outline of your Enough is Enough, the presentation that I've seen. From that email that went out in September, how many council members responded? Because you did request a response from council.
None.
2 councillors? Sorry? Can you go to the mic if you don't mind?
I know for a fact, Councillor, we got responses from yourself and Councillor Bourgeois.
Okay. So with Enough is Enough and everything that you're going through this evening, can we share with you as a city what we've done to try to address this as well? In writing, can we give you the amount of bylaw officers we hired, the amount of money that we're putting into public safety, and all this? Would that help you felicitate the next conversation that we need to have?
Certainly can't hurt, but the problem, like I say, it's the last 18 months have just, things have really, gone bad. I could show, if I can get back to the presentation there was a slide that I didn't show, but we have our security guards, that $171,000 that we spent. Anytime there's an incident, and an incident is defined as requiring the physical presence of the security guard. So there's something going on that the security guard has to be there. And in December, I guess it's in the
In our
presentation.
package.
Is there a way that I can get the?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not, okay, sorry. So each one of these has 16 emails on it that are incident reports to us. So in the month of December, there was 65 incidents that were reported to us on our from our security guards. And that's 65 times in a month that somebody had to go to address an issue in one of the buildings. We've got all our buildings locked down now in Moncton, except our office. To get into them, you can't get into the apartments at night now. The lobbies are locked from the outside. We had built them and designed them with, the normal, you open the door in the lobby, you hit the intercom, somebody buzzes you in. We can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
You have to call whoever you're going to, and they have to physically come down because the outside door is locked.
I think I made a comment along that line back when our council chamber was being redesigned and the meeting was held in the Avenir Center, that our businesses had to lock their doors, had to walk their residents from parking lots to their businesses to feel safe and to purchase from them and to support them. And that is still going on today.
That's it. So again, I don't know what the answer is, but, you're paying the bill. So
Oh, I know,
you gotta have some leverage of stop paying the bill. I don't know what it is.
We challenge the RCMP as council on a monthly basis when they come to us. Our city staff do a great job on what's going on as far as what they can control on public safety. It's that key factor that you're talking about tonight at the mic, which is policing and what they can do to help us, partner with us, to eliminate what's going on within our region or our community. I'm just going to talk about Moncton, right? And one thing that I think you missed from your presentation, and I thought I saw it in Dieppe, but maybe I'm not, maybe I've talked to somebody in your group, was zero tolerance. And I know you're shaking your head saying, yes, that's something
That
that.
would be great. Like in a perfect world, every crime would be addressed. The criminal would go to jail. the mental health, or addicted individual would be sent for treatment. And that would be fabulous, because you'd be helping all of those folks that are addicts and that have mental health issues, and you'd be putting the real criminal in jail.
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen. Nobody addresses. That's just, it's like you say, the guys shooting up on Gordon Street. I can sit and watch drug dealers dealing drugs to folks, right out in the open. And black Chrysler 300, it's right in front of Ensemble. It's like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, in the interest of time, I won't hold other councillors from asking questions, but have you seen this report on small business and community safety? Have you seen such a report? It is really eye-opening too on what the businesses want. I'm just surprised that more people haven't seen it and that it hasn't come up at this kind of a venue. So, but again, thank you for your presentation. I thank you. I thank the CAO and Patrick, the coalition. I mean, I don't know where you go from here, but when we have this report that is drafted and signed by authorities, the RCMP, the then government of New Brunswick, and so on and so forth, we need to do something. And we can't put this on a shelf any longer. I'm not going to bring it up. I know I ran into Mike at a hockey game, and, I said, where's that report at? And he had the same answer I had. It's on a shelf somewhere, right? Other than me holding it up. And I'm done holding it up. So, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Monsieur Gillespie, Madame Phillips, merci beaucoup pour cette initiative et ce rapport-là. Je vous assure que ça peut tomber sur les oreilles de sourds. Je suis très désolé de vos problèmes. Je partage votre opinion à 100%. Je le fais depuis ma campagne en 2021. Ça fait 5 ans que j'argumente à peu près la même chose que vous présentez au Conseil. La réduction et la prévention du crime était ma priorité en 2021. Je l'ai amené au Conseil à plusieurs reprises. Puis ça demeure ma priorité numéro 1. Ça demeure aussi, ou ça nous a pris 4 ans et demi. Puis je m'excuse, pas juste à vous autres, les entreprises puis les citoyens. Ça nous a pris 4 ans et demi avant de décider que le crime, c'était la priorité numéro 1 de la ville de Moncton. Beaucoup trop longtemps. On a commencé en juin 2021, là, avec le conseiller Richard et moi-même, qu'on avait fait des propositions. Il y a eu une bonne discussion au conseil. On n'a pas été de l'avant avec la proposition qui voulait un plan. Que la ville s'établisse un plan d'action pour contrer le crime. Je vais y revenir dans la minute. Je vous comprends, peut-être trop bien. Nos pertes à notre famille, on se fait casser dedans 6 fois depuis 2022, c'est 5 à 600 piastres. C'est des peanuts comparé à ce que les entreprises puis d'autres personnes ont installé des caméras puis de surveillance, des choses. On n'a pas été jusqu'à là. Ça nous coûterait probablement autant que les dommages. Mais tu te sens violé, là. Tu te sens que quelqu'un peut venir sur ton terrain puis juste prendre qu'est-ce qui est bon. La dernière fois, c'était des décorations de Halloween. Complètement ridicule, anodin. Mais on se sentait comme si, on peut même pas mettre des choses en avant de notre maison. Ça fait, je vous comprends, mais pas comparativement à la valeur des dommages. Mon seul regret dans votre présentation, c'est que vous n'êtes pas venu plus tôt, beaucoup plus tôt. Je ne sais pas si ça aurait changé grand-chose, mais ça n'aurait certainement pas fait tort. Puis je ne désespère pas, je crois que vous allez servir, ça va bien servir au Conseil ce que vous nous présentez. J'ai invité, vous n'êtes pas le premier groupe, j'en ai invité 4. J'en ai invité 6, mais il y en a 2 qui ne sont pas venus, puis il y en a 4 autres qui sont venus avant vous autres. En 2021, en 2022. En 2022, c'était une madame Christy Galland qui est arrivée avec une pétition signée par les gens. Puis ce qu'on a fait avec ça, on a fait les consultations publiques, des sessions publiques. On a fait certaines choses. On a embauché 26 GRC de plus depuis 2021. On a embauché 9 agents communautaires de plus depuis 2021. Le problème, c'est qu'on n'a jamais eu de plan. Puis contrairement à ce que Mike Randall a dit, là, la Ville n'a jamais adopté le Task Force Report. On n'en a jamais vraiment discuté. On a reçu le Task Force Report. J'ai demandé comme 3 fois si on pouvait en discuter. On en a discuté une fois. Puis il n'y a rien eu. Il n'y a pas eu de suivi. Il n'y a pas eu de prise de décision autre que des morceaux à la fois. OK, on va embaucher 4 GRC de plus. Oh, on va embaucher 9 agents communautaires de plus. C'est un petit peu piecemeal, comme on dit. Mais il n'y a pas de plan. On a des plans pour beaucoup de choses. Le changement climatique, comment ça s'appelle ça? Active Transportation. Il y a beaucoup de plans, mais on n'en a pas un sur la priorité numéro 1, qui est de combattre le crime. Moi, j'assume la responsabilité. J'ai essayé, j'ai failli. J'assume la responsabilité. Mais le Conseil vous doit aussi des excuses. Je ne peux pas parler au nom du Conseil, c'est à chaque membre du Conseil de dire que depuis 2021, on a fait des petites choses au fur et à mesure, mais on n'a pas de plan, on n'a pas de cible. On n'a pas, hey, on devrait réduire la criminalité des vols mineurs par 25% par année ou quelque chose comme ça. On ne s'est jamais penché, même s'il y avait des conseillers qui demandaient pour, on ne s'est jamais penché là-dessus. Ça fait, je m'excuse, mais je laisse les autres s'exprimer. Ce n'est qu'après le départ d'un membre du Conseil en 2025 que le Conseil a enfin décidé de prioriser la sécurité publique comme priorité numéro 1 de notre plan stratégique et 2, de préparer un plan de réduction et de prévention du crime. Donc, c'est peut-être semblable à ce que vous demandez comme task force, là, mais on a créé le Conseil en septembre 2025, un comité, je l'ai dit tantôt, je siège dessus, conseiller Légère, conseillère Leblanc et conseiller Butler, au nom de tout le Conseil. C'est une décision unanime du Conseil, ça nous prend un plan. Comment est-ce qu'on va l'élaborer, ce plan-là? On a demandé à ces 4 conseillers-là de s'asseoir, on se réunit, là, on est rendu à 2 fois par mois pour finaliser le plan. Notre mandat était de 6 mois, ça fait d'ici la fin mars, on aura un plan. Je ne sais pas qu'est-ce que le Conseil va dire du plan, mais je peux vous assurer que 3/4 de ce que vous avez mis dans votre plan, on va l'appeler comme ça, vos recommandations, mes actions, 3/4, on les a déjà considérés et je ne peux pas parler au nom du comité, on n'est pas rendu au plan de décision, de recommandation encore, mais je suis certain que 75%, ça va se trouver là. Vous ajoutez un bon 25%, peut-être 30%, là, j'imagine les chiffres, là, qu'on n'a pas pensé. Ça fait merci, ça sera des choses qu'on va discuter au comité. Hey, what about this? What about that? On va le considérer. Je vous remercie énormément pour ça. Donc, merci de votre présentation encore une fois. Merci de votre initiative. Merci de votre patience. Et merci de nous pardonner si vous osez le faire. Mais je vous garantis qu'on aura un plan. Il ne sera peut-être pas parfait, mais au moins on aura un plan. Et il va sans doute ressembler énormément à ce que vous nous avez présenté ici. Il y aura peut-être des différences, mais il y aura quelque chose. Une bonne partie du défi, c'est que notre processus budgétaire commence juste à l'automne essentiellement pour l'année suivante, y compris ce qu'on paye pour la GRC. Donc, ce sera un nouveau conseil qui va, malheureusement, on ne peut pas se prononcer maintenant sur le budget qui va s'en venir. Moi, ce que je retiens, puis c'est ma seule question à vous, c'est que beaucoup de ce que je vous ai dit, on aurait pu communiquer beaucoup plus ouvertement, beaucoup plus transparente, comme la création du comité qu'on a sur le crime. Vous venez avec une idée de faire un task force, superbe idée, on l'a déjà fait, mais il n'y a personne qui a communiqué ça au public. Puis je ne sais pas pourquoi, c'est pourtant le service le plus important, la priorité du Conseil. Peut-être qu'il y a eu quelque chose, puis je l'ai manqué, peut-être que vous l'avez manqué aussi, parce que vous l'auriez peut-être modifié comme recommandation, mais l'autre chose que je recommande, je suggère, à partir de votre présentation, c'est qu'on va faire ce rapport-là. Puis ça va être probablement produit par la fin mars, je souhaite. Est-ce que vous pensez que ce serait une bonne idée de faire une réunion spéciale du Conseil juste sur ce sujet-là plutôt que de le traiter parmi 10, 12 sujets dans une soirée? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez?
Est-ce que votre étude, disons, inclut la province et le fédéral?
Non, justement, parce qu'il y avait un task force que la province devait faire X, Y, Z. Une des choses on a discuté au comité, c'est qu'il faut s'assurer que la province et le fédéral, beaucoup moins, mais surtout la province, viennent autour de la table puis qu'on ait cette discussion-là sur qu'est-ce que la contribution de la province, puis comment est-ce qu'on fait pour leur dire, par exemple, lorsqu'on approuve, le conseiller Butler l'a dit, on avait approuvé augmenter le budget d'environ 800 000 $ pour embaucher 5 agents de la GRC pour patrouiller le centre-ville. Puis la GRC, d'après la loi, sont capables de faire, puis c'est ça qu'ils ont fait. Ils ont fait ce qu'ils voulaient avec le 800 000 $. Même si le conseil était directement spécifié à la GRC qu'on voulait ces 5 agents-là au centre-ville, ils ont fait autre chose avec. Enfin, on essaie de dire à la province, la loi sur la police qui permet au chef de police ou au chef de la GRC de dire les opérations, c'est moi qui décide. Ah oui, bon, on t'a donné 800 000 $ de plus pour embaucher ces 5 agents-là au centre-ville. Il a été honnête dès le début, dire, je vais faire ce que je veux avec. Alors, la province, il faut qu'elle joue, là. Il faut qu'elle vienne nous appuyer dans ce cas-là. Que si nous autres, on veut avoir plus d'officiers ici ou là, parce qu'on a un problème, comme vous avez identifié, la GRC ne peut pas s'en laver les mains et dire non, on fait ce qu'on veut. On a besoin de la province qui vienne. Et on a aussi besoin de la GRC, mais la GRC, jusqu'à maintenant, n'a pas collaboré comme qu'on aurait souhaité. Je ne sais pas si ça répond à ta question, mais...
Yeah, c'est ça. Nous autres, on rencontre la province la semaine prochaine, puis on va leur faire une présentation similaire. Puis, il faut noter qu'on a, dans notre région, un des ministres fédéraux qui a le plus de pouvoir dans le gouvernement. Puis, je ne sais pas si vous avez approché, les 2 députés pour essayer de pousser. Peut-être ce serait une bonne idée. Il faut que ça bouge. Ça bouge.
Vous avez raison. Nous autres, on est les petits joueurs. On peut chialer, ça fait, comme je dis, depuis 2010 qu'on adresse l'affaire d'agents de police. Ça fait des années qu'on aurait aimé d'avoir des peace officers, des agents de la paix, au moins 10 ans. On a tout le temps été refusé. On ne peut pas forcer la province. On essaie de faire du bon sens, on essaie de leur dire, regarde, nos bylaw officers, nos agents communautaires, ils ne sont pas capables d'aller sur un terrain privé sans la permission écrite d'un propriétaire. Ça ne fait pas de sens. Mais jusqu'à temps qu'il y ait la désignation, légalement, nous autres, si nos agents faisaient ça, ils pourraient être poursuivis. C'est la ville, c'est les citoyens, on n'a pas le droit de le faire, c'est la loi. Modifiez la loi. Permettez-nous d'avoir des agents de police. Ça dépend de la province. Fait, si vous pouvez partager ce message-là et tout avec eux, ça serait apprécié. Mais nous autres, on est les petits joueurs, malheureusement. Mais, des fois, il faut peut-être jouer bad cop. Je n'ai pas de problème à jouer bad cop, good cop, là. Mais ça ne marche pas toujours. Mais votre idée de collaborer, 100% d'accord. Comme je dis, dans tout ce que vous avez dit, 100% d'accord. C'est beau?
Yep.
Merci encore, puis keep our feet to the fire. Merci, Madame la maire.
Merci, conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thank you, Patrick and Joanne. I think the biggest thing is, I went back and looked at the task force, and I think the 27 recommendations, there are a number of those recommendations that have seen the light of day. The problem, though, is no one ever championed them. No one ever, and if I look at the problem, what you're telling us tonight, and is that, and what I interpret is, we need to own it. It's our city, and we need to step up. And we need to be the ones that are driving that agenda. I've seen in the last 5 years really good cooperation with the province. There are some initiatives that they put forward. I think coming up with solutions and giving them those solutions, it's easy to put money towards something when you know somebody else has sort of thought about maybe some of the things that you can try. So I think that's really what I'm hearing. I mean, your frustrations, I've heard them for years. As Ward 2 councillor, I've been living this for well over 6 years. What you're seeing in terms of property damage and mental health issues and all of those things are very much concentrated in Ward 2. And I think what is going to happen is that on the next council, and perhaps leading to that, is the city has to be the ones that are going to be advocating. We are the largest city in the province of New Brunswick. We're the second fastest growing city in Canada. We have a voice. I think sometimes we've maybe stepped back a little bit. In fairness, though, staff have done a lot of amazing things. We have community officers now that we fought very difficult times to have them in existence. Certainly, we want to push and continue to push for the special constable status. But I think overall, we hear you. There's no simple solution. One of the things, though, that we have done, and you may not know that it's on the agenda this evening, but took a very close look at what other municipalities are doing. And St. John rolled the program out just in November, I believe, where they're increasing their visibility of patrols in their downtown, and they're also creating a fund. They created a fund which would help businesses who incur damages to their properties. In other words, valuing the fact that they're in the downtown. We don't want them to move out, and we're going to do exactly the same thing this evening. The motion will come through later on this evening to formulate that the fund, which would start the 1st of March. But I think overall, it sort of comes down to everyone coming together. So certainly, I think we missed on that, quite honestly. I think that the task force and the frustration and all of that stuff has certainly been around this table many times. And I think we have an opportunity now to all of us get together. And the province is open, but I think they're somewhat, you know what, at the end of the day, we all have to work together. And it doesn't matter who finds the solution. We just want to make sure that those opportunities, those solutions are out there, that we try things. And, things that we can do even in the short term are AI-driven cameras. Charlottetown, several years ago, had a problem in their downtown. If you go to Charlottetown, you'll see cameras that are and they use surveillance, so they're basically watching what happens in their downtown. And they have been very effective in terms of reducing crime. We can do those things. So I think those are the things that I would welcome, and I'm sure council would welcome discussing with you and putting our money where our mouth is and saying, okay, collectively, we've got to do this. So anyway, thanks for coming. I mean, I think it's a question of we've just got to make it happen. I appreciate the extra costs that you're going through. I wish there was a magic wand, but there isn't. But I think what I hope you're hearing is that we care, and let's figure this out.
Merci, Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Madam. Excuse me. Sorry I'm not there with you tonight. I would rather be there. I have not been diagnosed with the man cold yet. I'm still waiting for that confirmation from my wife. But I appreciate all the comments that have come forward. I appreciate, and I know Conseiller Bourgeois knows that I'm under the weather here, but I'm still attending. Thanks for mentioning how we tried to move this forward already. And also the committee of Councillor Butler, LeBlanc, Bourgeois, is there any, before they go to Fredericton, before this group goes to Fredericton, would there be any benefit for them to meet with the three of you to kind of go over stuff that you've already talked about and stuff that they're looking at as well? I'm just wondering if that would be any benefit to the group.
Sure, we're open to anything at all.
Okay, I heard the voices. So I appreciate that, and I'll I'll let Conseiller Bourgeois, Butler, and LeBlanc to, if there's any way to set up a meeting maybe with you guys. I think there could be some benefits to that, maybe not, but there could be. So thank you again for coming forward, and let's get this done. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Richard. Conseiller Kingston.
Merci, Madame Alice. Thank you, Joanne, for coming in. Great to see you in a non-hockey event here tonight, and Pat as well. And I just wanted to, if I can speak as from a large standpoint, we do care. It is a top priority, and I don't think we have to go through individually and state that to your committee tonight. We are from here. We live here. We've been impacted by crime. I'm in Louisville, in Moncton East. We could anecdote this to death tonight, but they broke into the parking garage and stole a number of bikes a few years ago. This is a secure building. The building owner at the time had to change the locks, fortify the building, a cost, as Pat's point, a cost to the building owner. It's widespread. Downtown is more felt acutely because of the concentration of businesses, and of course our nonprofits are heavily concentrated downtown. Ward 2, good examples by Councillor Leger and Bourgeois. But we do care deeply, and we're going to try to work very hard to further this. We're not going to go back in the past, who voted for what, when, what vote carried the day at the time. That's nonsense to go back and hash that out. But we do care. We honestly do care. And we're going to try to help your committee. Enough is enough. Great points. You couldn't have had a clearer presentation that came to us a month ago. Apologies for not responding. I think I was in shock when I saw it in terms of reading it, but it was certainly received and absorbed and well received, and I think we're all going to strive. We'll have a new council and someone in the mayor's chair coming in May, and we're going to work very hard to support you and get this moving in the right direction. We can't continue in the present pace. We know the RCMP numbers. Councillor Butler points that out. The number of homeless is on the rise. Mischief numbers are up. Break-and-enters are up. We have to put a cap on that and go the other way. So a major thank you for coming in, Pat and Joanne. Can't thank you enough, and we'll work together, hopefully. And thank you, Mike, as well, too. Merci beaucoup, Madame Alice. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, merci beaucoup, Patrick, Joanne, Mike. Donc, votre message est bien reçu. And I totally agree with you that we cannot continue working in silos. That is very, very important. But I can assure you that from a provincial level, we have had excellent meetings with our provincial colleagues. But we need to engage our federal colleagues in this debate as well. It has a lot of tentacles, from CRPAs to everything else. So hopefully, I won't be here after May, but hopefully we will find the solution, whoever is here. So, merci beaucoup. Merci.
Good. Thank you all very much.
Our next item is planning matters, les questions d'urbanisme. And the first up this evening is an introduction municipal plan amendment and rezoning for Vision Lands. Oui.
I think we're going to have a health break.
Oh, yeah,
maybe
very
5
good.
minutes health break, if everybody agrees. C'est bon. OK. Merci.
You might go try it.
Hi, how you doing? Good to see you.
Oh, we're taking a break. Taking a break?
to meet you as well.
I'm sorry I haven't been out to see you.
I was supposed to come up to,
Yeah.
his way.
Yeah.
Enjoy the public presentations, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. That's Josh out.
Watch I get the page.
I don't know.
Yes, you do, it's public.
I think it's 40,000.
Get Kevokian to say we don't do anything.
On recommence la réunion. Madame la greffière.
The next items would be planning matters et questions d'urbanisme. And the first one this evening is an introduction to municipal plan amendment and rezoning of Vision Lands. And I see that Josh Davies is here to give that presentation.
Bonsoir, Josh.
Good evening. Yep, as mentioned, we're here to discuss the Vision Land Secondary Plan, one that has been, I guess, keeping the planning department busy and something that's been on the books for quite a long time, and even well before my time with the city of Moncton. So just to provide a bit of background in terms of where we were and how we got to where we are today, the original secondary plan for this area was approved in 2006 and was subsequently updated through the last municipal plan review, acting as a secondary plan. In its current format, the secondary plan is aspirational and acts as a guide to what may be possible in the Vision Lands. So a lot of talk around the big isms of planning at the time, so building around and building with our natural environment, creating nodes, creating centers, and really creating a place for everyone. So building off of that secondary plan document, we've looked at what we can do from a technical perspective and really started putting pen to paper in terms of turning that sort of aspiration into a reality. So that means zoning, that means new development standards, it means a plan for the Vision Lands, taking aspiration, like I mentioned, to that ultimate reality. So in terms of providing a bit of a context as to where we are, the Vision Lands is bordered by Mapleton at its west, the Trans-Canada Highway to the north, McLaughlin to the east, Morton to the south, and borders Wheeler Boulevard as well. It is one of the largest, if not the largest, portion of land remaining in the city that's within our serviceable boundary. So in terms of its perks, it is centrally located. It is approximately 570 hectares in size. It is separated by the north branch of Halls Creek, which we will touch on in a bit with respect to the regional park. And the majority of that land today is zoned for low-density residential, which effectively acts as a blanket zone in advance of what was going to become the plan. So you'll see here as well, we've broken the subject area out into 3 precincts that we'll be touching on later. Really, what we're showing you tonight is the rezoning and plan for the Vision Lands West. That is one of 3 precincts, the other being the Vision Lands East Precinct and the Université de Moncton Precinct, each that can have its own section within the secondary plan. So the intent of the exercise is to review and replace the current secondary plan. Again, that would be for the Vision Lands in its entirety with respect to policy on the main items that we want to be able to hit, from infrastructure to environment to housing typology, and then narrowing that down specifically for a plan for each of the precinct areas. That I referred to earlier. And what we really wanted to do, working with the landowners in Vision Lands West, because that was where a lot of drive and demand and potential for development exists, is really to focus in on infrastructure, our land for public purposes, so that land, that recreational space, zoning, and again, the exploration of that to create a regional park, which has come through to council through various forms of subdivision and a lot of hard yards in terms of looking at getting that land secured. Ultimately, what was a big hurdle to get through in order to get the final Vision Lands product before council today. So in terms of the master planning work and working with the team at Fathom and Trace, a lot of negotiation and a lot of discussion with the public, with the landowners to the final product that you see today. It enables several land uses. We're looking at a high residential unit yield, so in terms of what can occur, but that means that we have a typology all the way from a single family dwelling all the way to a higher rise development, 14 to 16 stories. So all of that has been accounted for in this area and laid out in a way that we feel would be able to be appropriate whether you're a homeowner or looking to rent or anything in between. It also includes a high number of commercial opportunities along the east-west corridor and existing highway commercial that we envision to expand near to the TCH. We were looking again ultimately at how we're going to be able to move people around this area, trying to work from a not car or working from people walking, cycling, other means of transportation beyond the car. A real focus on connectivity and movement within the plan area. We've allocated potential for multiple school sites. So in Vision Lands West, we have two potential sites. One that we feel very strongly about, and another that would be provided as a form of a flex site, with another to come potentially in one of the other precincts as we navigate that process. And again, one of the key components of the work in terms of our interdepartmental review and wider teamwork, and what we've heard from the public, is that integration of multimodal pathways that will allow connection to and from the regional park. So again, in terms of the structure, we really wanted to create a document that we feel strongly about, but one that we knew that in the future we would have to add to as other master plans in the area come forward, which is why we were able to break into that format around the Vision Land Secondary Plan overall, the West Precinct, which is the rezoning that will be included as part of this approval process, the East Precinct, which will come, and on UDM, working with them as well on master plans they have for that northern portion of their campus. When they're ready to come forward, we'll be able to fold those master plan and initiatives into this Vision Land Secondary Plan. So in terms of amendments, we have a rezoning, again, to accommodate that Vision Lands West Precinct. We do have zoning bylaw amendments. There is a proposed new zone that we are considering called the Core Mixed Use Zone. Effectively, that will run through the east-west collector that my colleague Rob will show you in a few slides. We have created a height precinct, so similar to what you would have seen in the Shanex or Station Yards project, a height precinct for what can and cannot occur in these specific areas. And we're also incorporating a ground floor commercial requirement. It's not 100%, but one where we feel that we can have sufficient commercial presence in this area to suit the needs of the residents ultimately that will be living there. Finally, we have a municipal plan amendment to update our future land use map and our roads network. And I'm going to sign off after this slide and turn it over to Rob, who can show you a few more flashy slides than my typical PowerPoint. But we did have a Let's Chat project page. We had several public sessions that were held at the Mapleton Lodge that were very well attended. People streaming through the doors for a few hours on a handful of events to learn more about kind of where we felt it could go, taking that feedback, speaking with people from all walks of life, whether they wanted to live in the Vision Lands, they wanted to play in the regional park, or just wanted to know more. So we had a really good uptake in terms of the project. And again, it's been one of those high-profile, very talked-about projects since my time with the city and even before that point. So again, lots of media coverage and really trying to get the word out. And I'm sure that following the presentation tonight, that will continue. So I will turn it over to Rob, who can provide a bit more of the context with respect to the secondary plan and specifically the Vision Lands West. So over to Rob. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. It's great to be here tonight. My name's Rob LeBlanc. Originally, the family was from the Moncton area, so it's good to be back. I'm going to walk you through the next 15 or so minutes to give you a high-level overview of the plan. I'm sure you've probably all had lots of time to read the actual report. It's quite a meaty document, and tonight I'm going to focus on the outcomes of this document, but not how we got here. There's been dozens of meetings with the property owners, lots of meetings with the public. There's 7 landowners in this area. Most of these landowners are currently landlocked, which is one of the challenges why we haven't seen development. So part of the plan was to make sure that a new collector road was built through all 7 landowners that would unlock the land for those lands to be developed. And of course, this whole process was a negotiation with landowners, with city staff, of course with council, and with the general public and many interest groups. So how we got here was very interesting, but tonight I'm going to focus on the outcomes of those meetings. So this kind of gives you, we're coming in over Mapleton here, over the center of the development. You'll see a very large 100 to 120 acre park in the background. I'm going to walk you through these precincts, but we've got some kind of interesting animations that will give you a sense of the scale, the type of neighborhoods, the urban design. I'll try and explain to you some of the rationale for why things were placed where they were, and the overall intent of creating a complete community. As Josh mentioned, part of our strategy here was to create a complete community, which means that most people will be able to walk to get their groceries, to walk to get to schools. There's an integrated regional path network. We've got active transportation routes that from any one home in this development, you're never more than a 2 minutes walk or a 2 minutes bike ride to an AT infrastructure. We've given consideration for how transit will work in this community in the future. And we've got a couple of interesting sites for the city itself, for new public facilities, for new schools, and for a new downtown core, which is kind of a model that many communities across Canada are using. We've got our downtown urban core. You guys, Jim and I worked on that plan many years ago, and that will develop. But this is a new suburban core, and with it you also have kind of a sub-core within those neighborhoods that are walkable. Maybe next slide. So what is central to the plan is we've reserved about a third of the land has been reserved for parks and open space. As part of our strategy, we had a wetland and ecological delineation by some environmental scientists that went out and mapped every wetland, every water course on the site, all the sensitive flora and fauna. Those were integrated in the plan. We've got this new regional park that has been negotiated by staff here, and we expect that to be part of the plan. It's roughly, I don't know what the final number is, 120 acre, is that right? 120 acre park that you see along the right side of the plan, bordering the western precinct and the eastern precinct. We've got a river corridor that goes through there, so in total, almost 200 acres of parkland that's been reserved. The plan also, there's a 138 kilovolt electrical line that runs, you see that line that runs through the property, and then there's a 68 kilovolt line that runs south to north through the property as well that we had to preserve. So we were working around a number of either impediments or opportunities. Both of those will form the backbone of a trail system underneath those electrical lines, and they're part of the open space network connecting different river corridors and watershed corridors. And of course, we've got some space reserved for the public facilities as well. Next slide. So along the creek here, just these give you the sense of what we're trying to do. We're trying to preserve a 60-meter wide environmental corridor along, so 30 meters on both sides of the river. And that's going to pick up where it extends and has steep lands. We'll be picking up a little bit more, so it's a bit of a floating buffer where we're picking up sensitive areas. And part of the plan was to also integrate stormwater management into the design. So some of these parks will form the backbone of an integrated stormwater management strategy, and the overall intent is to make sure that any new impervious surfaces that are created, that we're not changing the hydrology of this regime. So we've got a pre and post that needs to be balanced, the hydrographs for these areas, to make sure that we're not pumping any new stormwater into these very sensitive creeks and rivers. It also, of course, forms the backbone of a greenway that will run along these streams and networks. Next slide. As well, right in the center of the development, we've got a very large wetland that's been, most of it's been man-made from excavation of some of the materials in there over the last 30 to 50 years. But that wetland is going to be preserved as a environmental corridor. We'll have trail systems around it. The housing will go around it, and we're going to manage our stormwater runoff through these facilities as well. So we'll be introducing programs like Watchable Wildlife, all kinds of environmental programs that will showcase the natural ecology of this area. Next slide. As well, we've got 3 precinct neighborhoods. So if you can imagine, we're currently in the western precinct, but that is subdivided as well into 3 different districts. So the eastern neighborhood, Courtier, and we've got will house the school sites, the public facilities, so you see that 120-acre regional park in the background. We've reserved 25 acres in discussion with the school board for a new high school or intermediate school. We've reserved a second site, another 25-acre site that we're showing on the master plan as housing, but it could be that the province wants to purchase that for another site. It's been strategically located so that it borders on the regional park. That way school kids can get there using, moving through the regional park and trail system to get to the school. And we've left enough room for sports fields, which you'll see on the right, track and field facility, a soccer field, and a football field. And then in the distance you see we've left another 10 or so acres for a new municipal facility that might be a gateway into this regional park. So it could be a pool, it could be a library, something that would service this neighborhood. Again, what I failed to say at the beginning is we anticipate somewhere between 14 and 16,000 units are potential to be built here. So that's, when you think of, for instance, a Sobeys or a Superstore, they quite often are looking for around 5,000 units. That's the base that they need. So there's enough housing here for 3 large Sobeys stores to service this community. And of course, this location is close to the other 2 schools that have been built and very close to the university as well. So it creates a very public hub that you see in this plan. And then on the right-hand side, you see that wetland park that was shown in the previous slide. Next slide. Just a sense of how the public space, the idea of bringing that regional park and the native species into the school grounds, so kind of a central courtyard facility that integrates public space. Next slide. And for this one, in working with many of the landowners, they recognize the value of the highway commercial potential. With the Trans-Canada Highway there, this is often quite a location where you might want to put large-scale, big-box facilities. We've reserved an area along that corridor, the highway, which becomes a buffer to the highway noise, and is also a way where regional people coming and shopping can come in on this road, get access to these regional facilities, and then get out of here and back on the highway without having to drive all the way through this development. So it keeps this area as a complete community. What you'll also notice in the plan is that about roughly 30% of the land area, somewhere between 25 and 30% of the developable area, has been reserved for low-density housing. So we don't want to have one type of housing only. It's not just about multi-units. We've got a good mix of narrow lot, single-family detached homes. There's opportunity for townhomes, for semis, for garden cluster housing, and for stacked townhomes where the parking is in the rear. But in most of these cases, the units are pulled up. It feels very urban. They're pulled up to the street. There's design guidelines for each of these areas that talk about having verandas on those homes so that you can talk to your neighbors. All of the streets will have sidewalks on them, and all of them have been sized appropriately for the volume of traffic that will go through here. I should say that part of the plan, we had CBCL running all the servicing calculations. So all of these roads have been sized for the services for the eventual build-out of the population of somewhere around 40,000 people, which is coincidentally what you guys are projecting your next, as part of your housing strategy, your next 25 years of growth is somewhere around that 40,000 people mark. And so this Western Vision Lands piece could really accommodate most of the city's growth over the next 25 years. We also had our traffic engineers in-house work on a mobility plan, so all the traffic modeling and simulations were done to develop this plan. And the last, so this gives you a sense of one of these residential streets where you have the narrow lot housing, homes that are pulled up to the street, driveways that happen on the side of the buildings rather than out front so that we don't see cars. These are 20-meter streetscapes, so it gives you opportunities for some on-street parking on one side, for sidewalks on both sides, for green strips, for urban forest program that would be part of that plan. So it's really a very holistic environmental plan that looks to focus development in one area of the city, which prevents you from having to grow and sprawl and eat more sensitive environmental lands in the future. Next slide. And as well, this good mix of different housing types. So these are stacked housing townhome topologies where you can buy a townhouse. It's more of like a condo style. Somebody lives on the main level, and then you have somebody living the next 1 or 2 stories above. A lot of the parking happens on the backside for these units, and there's opportunities for on-street parking as well, which provides some safety for people on the sidewalks and lots of room for the urban forest program. Next slide. So this is the highway commercial node. What you see here are typical commercial pads buffered by 6- and 8-story multi-unit buildings. So though we've got some density that backs onto these areas, so the commercial would front onto the highway and be highly visible, which are what these commercial developers are looking for when they're doing projects like this. But we also have lots of density where people can walk right to the store. A little bit more asphalt than I would like to see at the end, but we'll be able to get some of the parking underground for the multi-units. We're anticipating about half the parking would go underground and half would be surface. Next slide. The next one is the urban core, and it's been centrally located. This is where we get kind of the highest densities of housing. It's bookended close to the Creek Greenway. We've got a 5-acre urban park at the very center of it, and some of our tallest buildings would be located here. Again, we're only a couple of minutes walk from almost everywhere into this new urban core. And just to give you a sense, the housing around that central 5-acre urban park is somewhere in the 8 to 12-story range, and we've got a number of tower sites that are proposed to go up to 18 stories that flank this urban park. So on the north side of the park, it's wide open to the main street and a new shared street, which I'm going to show you in a second. You'll see some stormwater ponds in the park that'll be recreational based, and then a road opening, and you cross the street, and then you're on to this urban greenway. You'll also notice that the rooftops, we've got green roofs that are built into the plan, lots of amenity space so that we don't just have empty rooftops. Next slide. And then from the park, looking at the shared street in between those 2 taller buildings, you see the opportunity for these parks, water features. The buildings that flank onto the park, on each side of the park, we anticipate to have ground floor commercial uses that would spill out and activate the park. Next slide. As we move down between those two taller buildings, it's a shared street. If you've been to Halifax, a number of years ago, we designed the Argyle Street, and a shared street concept really comes from Denmark. They're called Woonerfs in Europe, but they're meant to be pedestrian spaces that vehicles can use. You can block them off on weekends and host public events, and through the week they can be open to vehicles, but citizens and people walking tend to have priority over that. So, next slide. Those three areas, we've built up a plan that consists of these major trail networks linking the public open space, these three different precincts that are within there. And then there's opportunities for the city over time, like this is likely a 25 to 40-year plan to see built out. What would have to happen is the main collector road would have to be built. That would provide access to those 7 landowners to be able to develop. And then there's opportunities as well for the city to pick up additional space if you wanted to, say, do a transit hub at some point in the future. That's given integration into the plan. So though the power line corridors form the backbone of part of the trail system, we've got these other greenway rear yard trail networks that anchor 3 very large parks. So the 5-acre urban core park, we've got a 12-acre wetland conservation park, and then we've got another 7 to 8-acre active park that could be more sports fields that would be owned by the city. We've got the low-density housing that you see here, so we've tried to distribute that amongst the different landowners. That was part of the challenge of this plan, is to make sure that no one landowner got all the density or got all of the school. So those negotiations took the better part of a year to make sure that everybody was generally equally serviced in terms of the density they got. We've got opportunities for the medium density housing. So this is the 6 to 8 acre, 8-story housing that you see in the light teal color. We've got the higher, which ranges from kind of 8 stories up to 18 stories in the urban core. We've got the highway commercial in the dark blue. And we've got the 25-acre school site, and the roughly 10-acre municipal site that would be the gateway to the 120-acre regional park. As part of this, we also went through the official plan changes. So at the end of the document, the more interesting policy requirements that would need to be changed in the OP plan here, as well as the new zones. As Josh mentioned, we are using form-based codes on this, which will likely form the basis of your future zoning bylaw. But we've got a head start on these lands to do that. In terms of street hierarchies, we've got a 28-meter wide major arterial that runs through it. So this is the one piece of infrastructure that needs to be built at the beginning in order to provide service to all the different landowners so they can develop. And then we've got an urban collector road, a 22-meter wide one that runs around that district, and that would be a future bus route into and around and out of this new development. We've got on-street AT facilities as well, and then we've got minor streets that service the local neighborhoods, so that in English and in French. And that's the AT connection over top of it. So we've designed that urban arterial to accommodate cyclists. And I'll pass it back to Josh to finish off.
Thanks, Rob. So I guess I'm good to see, a lot of thought and care, and there's a lot of opportunity here in the Vision Lands. And I think one of the big things, obviously, and always has been the case, is infrastructure. The timing of this project in some ways could not be better, because there are going to be opportunities through the federal government, through Build Canada Homes or building stronger communities, where this type of project is exactly the type of thing they're looking for. Infrastructure investment that will then yield into housing. Right, so this is did it take us a while to get this done? Absolutely, but I think a lot of thought and care and the timing, the way that it's worked out, has kind of curried to our favor. And I guess kudos to Robin, a lot of people involved on this project in terms of leadership, and I would like to point out too that this would have been a big one for Bill Budd as well, who was really the driver of this and really pushing the landowners to engage. And I can safely say that all landowners within the plan area are very satisfied with the product that they have received, and I believe some of them will be here for the public hearing to kind of voice their support for the work that's been done and ultimately the vision of the Vision Lands in terms of what we feel is possible. So we'd love to take questions, but in order to proceed, we'll make our recommendation, and that is for council to proceed with the legislative process for the Vision Lands secondary plan, being the secondary plan itself, the amendments to the municipal plan, and the amendments to the zoning bylaw. We did have just a bit of a snafu because there's only 28 days in February. We do have to move the public hearing, but we will be going forward with a public presentation, which will be taking place on the 17th, which I believe is a Tuesday. We will be then going forward with to the Planning Advisory Committee, and the public hearing will be set for the 7th of April. So we missed it by 28 days to get the 30 from the public presentation. If February was 2 days longer, we'd be at the 16th, but unfortunately we have to push it to the 7th of April to make sure we're meeting those legislative timelines. So in terms of next steps, again, the public presentation will be on the 17th. The PAC will see this on the 25th of February, and again, that public hearing will take place on the 7th of April. So this concludes our presentation, and we'd be more than happy to take questions. And I will say, too, is that based on the questions that we receive and some of the interest we receive from the public, we can kind of cater the presentation to the areas of focus. So this was a very good overview of where we are, but if there are specific things that we need to drill into and then take on as we go through the public presentation, ultimately towards the public hearing, we can certainly amend that presentation. And like we said, all that content is there. It's quite a bit of stuff to chew through, but again, a lot of hard work and I think a really strong outcome for everyone in the final product. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Josh. Un superbe projet. Conseiller Bourgeois, do you wish to move the recommendation?
As with the changes of dates?
Yes.
Yes, I will, but I do have a question.
Conseiller Léger, do you wish to second? C'est beau. Donc, any questions? Conseiller Bourgeois, go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. I was first elected in 2008, and this was on top of our radar. So it's very nice to see how this has evolved, especially over the last couple of years. And I want to give you kudos to you and the rest of the planning and all of the staff that have been involved in all of this. So this is great news. I do have not concerns, but just questions, because I'm agreeing with sending it off to the PAC for consultation, public hearing, so we'll have the details. But here's a couple of questions for you. I didn't see it, I may be wrong, nothing in there about fire station. Now, that's understandable, probably because I've seen the reviewed policies and plans. It's not there, wasn't probably published by the time the consultant took a look at it.
Yep.
But if it is, other than Salisbury Road, I don't see any other area of the city that deserves a fire station more. So is that in the consideration somewhere?
It is, yeah, and like the opportunity exists from a land use perspective for the city to become involved, and we actually do have a meeting with Chief Landry next week to talk about where that may fit in the Vision Lands, whether it's in the western precinct, the UDM lands, or potentially on the eastern side, so that we're looking at that, and as I think now that the approval process is beginning, we're able to tie those two plans together and ultimately form potentially a plan for the Vision Lands in the future as that area develops.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Second question, since this is, I think you said 30 years, 35 years, Is there some measure somewhere that this plan should be reviewed, updated every 5 years? Is that part of the considerations, or could it be one of the conditions that we attach to it?
It can be. I would say that we would be looking in earnest, once that east-west collector starts to get constructed and things actually begin, shovels are hitting the ground in the vision lands, that would probably be a good trigger point for a 5-year review. But like most secondary plans, we typically should be trying to review them at minimum every 10 years. But if it becomes sooner under council's direction that we decide that things are happening and we maybe need to make a shift policy-wise or zoning-wise, we'd take that on and make sure that this is updated. But this sets the foundation very strongly for where we need to go, and hopefully all considering the holistic view that we've taken is that we should be on the right track for the next 15 to 20 years. But again, as things change, we can certainly adapt.
Or at least during the next municipal plan, the one in...
That's right, yeah, and a lot of the design standards and a lot of the zoning that we're seeing in this area, we hope, again, going through the public process and going through making sure that have everyone on board from council to the public and even our internal staff, is that the zoning and what we're seeing here may be indicative of where we feel we can go as it comes to new areas and new opportunities with respects to design standards and new ways of thinking about development in the city.
Perfect. Thank you. And my final question, you've got about a dozen plans or reviewed policies that you've considered. I can understand why the fire services review was not, because probably published afterwards. But we've had a social inclusion plan for a number of years now. You do have some details in here. On page 40, you mention mixed residential developments. That refers mostly to residential, commercial, and other. But there's nothing about integrated neighborhoods. And however, on page 44, you say that we would like to encourage affordable housing. It's still not as precise as integrated housing, where we would have within the same apartment dwellings or the same neighborhood, a mixture of socioeconomic citizens on different levels. And my final question is related to that. When the report mentions affordable housing, does it refer to the elitist definition of CMHC that picks the median income in an area, which means for us about $1,400 a month rent, which is not really affordable for most people? Or does it refer to affordable housing as the sociological definition of 30% of somebody's income?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I would say to that is I think we've created through zoning the typology of the type of houses that could occur in this area. So for example, a 4-unit or a multi-unit of different, I guess that those typical that those nonprofit providers would build. So to answer your question around affordable housing, for us, we can look at it through two lenses. There's the market version of affordable housing, and then there's the nonprofit version. And we kind of use both as we navigate various programs in the city. I would say that as things evolve, there may be incentives at that time when shovels hit the ground for nonprofits to partner with some of these developers. There are examples of offsetting development charges in return for land for nonprofits. There's a lot of things that we can do as I guess as time evolves in terms of new tools or new initiatives that may be brought forward through council to say this is how we're going to approach this problem if we become more involved in the affordable housing conversation. Right now, we've put the sandbox in place in order for those types of developments to occur. The nuts and bolts of actually making the affordable housing at a nonprofit type level or at that 30% income would come later through the various programs that may be available and seem to be coming through Build Canada Homes and other programs. So this would fit in nicely, and there may be incentives for those developers to partner with nonprofits, whether it's land or buildings, to hit exactly that integrated point. And how we evolve as well and include social inclusion and how that can relate to zoning and some of the work we're doing in planning is something we can navigate through the plan review and something we should really study in order to make sure that we're, not going too far or we didn't go far enough to make sure that we're making a holistic view of things before we really take a really firm step forward.
Okay. I guess I'm requesting that we add somewhere integrated housing.
Yeah.
And I regret that amongst the reviewed policies, plans, nobody seems to have read or considered the social inclusion plan. There is a chapter on affordable housing and stuff, so
I think
maybe
through the
that's
plan
not
review
too
we'll do
late,
that.
and
Yeah.
maybe when we come back to the full council, we'll have a discussion
Yeah,
on
and,
it then.
and I would say that if the plan review direction is to foster or encourage more integrated housing, then that policy in the municipal plan will direct us how to proceed in these areas, and not just the Vision Lands, but maybe elsewhere as well.
Merci beaucoup.
you're
Merci,
welcome.
Madame la maire.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois. Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Matt Esterio. Thanks, Josh, for the presentation, and Rob. So I'm going to start at the beginning of the document. Might not follow your, excuse me, might not follow the presentation as well, but anyway. So under form-based codes, this approach has some positives and negatives for the development community. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, I'd say like the form-based code essentially is looking at how buildings are designed versus necessarily what they contain with respect to uses. So there's pros and cons to kind of every planning style development. We have, for example, development standards relating to setbacks, to height. That's a bit more of a, I guess, a traditional approach to planning. The form-based code really kind of focuses on how these buildings are integrating with the street. There's a bit more of an interaction that would go above and beyond typically where we would have been 15 to 20 years ago, and something that's being rolled out. It may not be something, the form-based code, that's rolled out throughout, but in certain areas where we feel like we need it. For example, like the downtown, this mixed-use core, some of these smaller lots that we'll see single-unit dwellings, really just sort of, it's not necessarily about what's getting built, it's how that building is built and interacts with everything else around it. So it's just a bit more of attention to detail than we may have had historically. I would say that once these areas, like Halifax has seen them, other big municipalities have started to roll them out, and eventually as the development community develops and sees things progress, it becomes more familiar to them. And as we navigate this process, discussing with the landowners, took some conversing on board, and we'll take that on even through the plan review. We'll start to see where it's beneficial that we would be able to incorporate form-based code. It's just a different way of looking at development than we have historically. But I would say every planning approach has pros and cons, as we know. Yeah.
Yeah, nice smile.
Thank you.
So, no, and I appreciate that, and I think it's very positive that we're evolving that route. So, I mean, that's to my, even within the pros and cons. So, the development charges bylaw, there's one statement that says the city will have to decide if it's one Vision Lands DEC area, the development charge.
Yep.
Or 3 areas based on the precincts.
That's right.
I think, but in this plan, I think we're looking at 3 precincts.
Yeah, we are, yeah. So what will happen is that we have the council approved the development charge background work, I think when this process started. And what we can't do is we can't apply the charges based on zoning that is speculative. So the development, or the consultant, Watson and Associates, has been developing the study as we've been working through this process. Once the zoning, if approved, changes, then we're in a position to start talking about development charges and how that all breaks down. But you're right now where we're looking at is a Vision Lands in its totality, a Vision Lands on the eastern side for their respective infrastructure, and west. So there'll be some things that all the landowners will benefit from, and there are area specific where we can break it into east and west, kind of like we have in some of our other charge areas. But assuming this goes well, the development charge that will complement this and sort of enable it from a tool perspective will come, I would hope, it's got to be done this year, so I'm hoping for early summer into fall.
Yeah, and I think my next question was going to be pros and cons of each, and I think you basically went into it, so that's great. I don't think you have anything to add to that. In forestry, some designs show lots of grass and trees, and we know that's what it's full of right now. So are there any plans how to preserve anything that's existing now?
Yeah, I would say the existing areas, when we go through the zoning process, we're going to be allocating P1 and P2 zoning on a lot of these properties as they exist today. They effectively will then be protected from development as this area begins. I would say as we navigate the approval process, again, once this east-west collector is built, that effectively allows all the property owners to begin developing. And by that time, we may have additional standards with respect to existing trees, maintaining those types of high-value areas, working with engineering to make sure that we're not causing any drainage issues. But what I would say is that we would be able to, again, identify, there was some good work done through the delineation and identification of some high-profile areas, and a lot of them actually are within the regional park. So within the regional park, there's a lot of high-value, I guess, forestry or fauna, and those things we will incorporate as we move on. And again, this would be part of the standards. It's not just the secondary plan and the background study that inform everything. There'll be all the other zoning bylaws, all the other items that are respective to development will be applicable to this as well. And I suspect that they will evolve over time as this area comes to develop.
Okay, no, that's great, because there are some very nice mature trees out there, so.
Yeah.
I was really happy to see in the Regional Park Destination Gateway, happy to see future regional park assets located at this entry, including parking trail, access for all in park passive adventure, single track, disc golf, as well as multi-use courts, large nature-based playground, mixed-use courts, an outdoor and indoor pool, an integrated park center, and performance pavilion. So nice to be able to bring all those into that from the mass.
Yeah,
recreation master plan.
we're fortunate that there were limitations to the site with respect to some forms of development and what we could achieve, but again, like getting ahead of it before the shovels hit the ground and kind of putting all those things in play first as priorities really helped us, again, create that integration, that connection, and some of the opportunity constraints of a power line, for example, is an opportunity for active transportation, and we're fortunate that we have a nice T that's going to provide us north, south, and east-west direction to and from the core and the regional park. So, yeah, Robin, the team, and our internal department team as well, just looking at this, I think looking at that lens as a priority versus necessarily the zoning or necessarily to what we're trying to achieve and getting people to move has been very successful.
No, really great plan. Last thing, I'm just reading my notes here. So the zoning bylaw will still require a number of amendments, but I think we're way ahead already in what you guys have presented here today. So
That's right, yeah. And again, I think what will happen is when we form through the municipal plan review and zoning bylaw review, I think you'll see a lot of these standards that we've looked at or standards that we're exploring even through the background study. There may be more that come out of the result of this work, that the new zoning bylaw would have a lot of these things built into it. So we wouldn't necessarily need to be jumping from document to document. If I've done my job correctly, the zoning bylaw will be our sort of one-stop shop, accounting for a lot of these things because they are the more recent zoning changes we've brought forward and may want to incorporate in other areas as well if we feel that it can work. So yeah, no, it's very progressive, and I think it's a good stepping stone from a zoning standards perspective of where we feel we can go through the plan review and through that exercise.
No, I really appreciate you guys' work. I know that it's been a lot of work. It must have been kind of fun in the sense of the challenges and the things that, the document that you guys are presenting today. That's
Yeah, I would say, I think I said with Station Yards, it was very fortunate to work on one file with one landowner, and we've had a very positive experience with the 7 landowners we've had here as well. So I think the momentum is there, and everyone appreciates that Moncton is growing, and there's lots of opportunity. So yeah, I think all of us feel very fortunate to have participated, and would look forward to actually seeing something occur here, hopefully sooner than later.
Like I said last time, I'm pretty excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Il n'y a pas d'autres questions. Donc, we will go to the vote, which is electronic. Merci. Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
The next item is a public presentation, municipal plan amendment and rezoning, 259 University Avenue, and I believe Josh Adams is up this time.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, merci. So I'm just going to set expectations. My PowerPoint's not going to be that fancy, so we're back to our regularly scheduled programming. And for this application, again, like I did last time, it was actually presented to us in French. The applicant is French, so I'll do the presentation en français. Donc, on a reçu une demande pour un nouveau bâtiment. C'est un bâtiment de 4 étages à usage mixte au 259 Université. Pour accommoder la demande, on a besoin de modifier le plan municipal, de changer la désignation de la propriété. Et il faut aussi raisonner la propriété si on veut continuer avec le processus. Le demandeur, ça vient de Partenaires du Monde, qui est un organisme à but non lucratif. Donc, voici la propriété. C'est sur l'université juste sud de Pêche et Océan. Puis à gauche, on peut voir le zonage existant. C'est une zone R3. On veut le modifier puis le mettre dans la zone d'usage mixte. Donc, sur la carte, tu peux voir que c'est présentement dans une zone mauve. Puis on veut le changer à la zone qui est rouge juste à côté. Puis sur la carte à droite, c'est la carte d'utilisation du sol futur dans le plan municipal. C'est présentement dans une désignation de quartier, puis on veut le modifier pour le mettre dans une désignation de corridor puis de centre à usage mixte. Donc, c'est le jaune foncé que tu vois juste à côté de la propriété aussi qu'on va changer. Voici ce qui est proposé pour le site, donc juste un bâtiment à 4 étages. C'est un très bel exemple de développement de remplissage. Ce qui est proposé, c'est 2 étages. Les 2 premiers étages seront des cliniques médicales puis des bureaux. Puis là, les 2 étages supérieurs seront des logements. Donc, il est proposé pour 9 logements dans le bâtiment. Si vous avez passé à travers le site dernièrement, vous aurez vu que la construction est déjà très avancée sur le bâtiment. La raison, c'est qu'ils avaient fait une demande pour un bâtiment qui était conforme à les normes de la zone R3 aujourd'hui. Mais pendant que la construction a évolué, les plans pour le bâtiment ont évolué aussi. Puis là, le changement de zonage, c'est juste pour vraiment donner un peu plus de flexibilité pour les usages qui peuvent se passer à l'intérieur du bâtiment. Voici le plan de site. Donc, le bâtiment qui est situé près de l'avenue de l'université avec le stationnement en arrière du bâtiment. On avait discuté la dernière fois juste pour les questions sur le stationnement. Donc, le stationnement sur le site, on voit qu'il y a 11 espaces de stationnement. Il y a aussi des espaces pour les bicyclettes. Ça, c'est vraiment pour les résidents du bâtiment, donc pour les personnes qui vont vivre dans le bâtiment. Pour le personnel qui va travailler dans les cliniques, puis les bureaux, puis pour les patients qui vont visiter les cliniques, ils ont déjà des stationnements qui sont disponibles au Georges Dumont. Donc, c'est un endroit où ils sont déjà présentement en train de stationner parce que la clinique est présentement située à l'hôpital, mais ça va déménager de l'hôpital à cet édifice ici. Donc, le stationnement peut juste continuer comme ça le fait déjà. Donc, ça conclut ma présentation au public. Donc, la présentation publique est nécessaire parce qu'on fait une modification au plan municipal. Donc, les prochaines étapes, c'est que c'est une période de commentaires ouverte pour les prochains 30 jours. On va aussi amener ce dossier au comité consultatif d'urbanisme le 25 février pour une recommandation, puis l'audience publique et la décision finale du Conseil le 16 mars. Puis avec ça, on a la recommandation de procéder avec la demande. Il y a aussi quelques conditions qui sont recommandées juste pour assurer l'aménagement du site comme qui était proposé et l'approbation aussi de quelques dérogations du zonage pour accommoder ce qui était proposé. Je veux juste faire une petite note aussi qu'il y avait une erreur administrative dans l'arrêté qui était présenté dans le rapport. Donc, l'arrêté, c'était correct. L'arrêté fait référence à une annexe qui est une carte. La carte démontre ce qui change. La carte est correcte, mais c'est juste le titre du carte dans l'annexe c'est juste un mauvais numéro qui a été utilisé. Donc, juste une petite erreur administrative. Ça va être corrigé la prochaine fois que vous allez voir ce document. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Merci, conseiller Léger. Voulez-vous proposer la motion?
Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, et conseiller Leblanc, vous allez appuyer, c'est beau. Donc, conseiller Léger, avez-vous des questions? Non? Il n'y a pas de questions? Donc, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la maire. Merci pour la présentation. Lorsque c'était venu devant nous la première fois, j'avais soulevé la question de terrain où maintenant il y aura des résidents, mais qu'il n'y aura pas d'espace pour faire un pique-nique ou aller jouer avec ses enfants dehors. Dans la photo que vous nous avez montrée, il y avait de l'herbe. Dans le plan qu'on nous a montré, c'est de l'asphalte au sud du bâtiment. S'il n'y a personne au Planning Advisory Committee qui a soulevé ça, il n'y a pas personne qui s'est opposé à ça, j'insiste pas mordicus, là, mais là, j'aimerais savoir, est-ce qu'on a une obligation lorsqu'on a un développement commercial de cette envergure-là qui inclut résidentiel, mixte, parce qu'on va en avoir probablement de plus en plus, est-ce qu'on a l'obligation de protéger une partie du terrain, si on peut, pour que les gens puissent respirer l'air frais dans leur propre cour?
Oui, merci pour la question. Je pense que c'est une très bonne question. Puis je pense que c'est des questions qu'on va parler de plus en plus avec le plan municipal puis le nouveau arrêté qu'on va travailler là-dessus bientôt. Pour le site comme tel, comme je pense que on avait discuté la dernière fois, comme un développement de remplissage sur ce type de lot qui est déjà établi, c'est très, très difficile d'accommoder tous les usages que tu as besoin dans le bâtiment et aussi accommoder tout le stationnement que le règlement de zonage dit que tu as besoin. Donc, c'est une situation où tu as des trade-offs, que c'est pas toujours chaque lot ou chaque développement qui va avoir assez d'espace vert pour les résidents, mais c'est là où le système de parc public devient très, très important. Puis il y a des parcs à proximité de ce site, des espaces verts où les résidents peuvent aller. Puis ça serait probablement une meilleure place que juste une coupe de mètres de gazon entre un bâtiment puis de stationnement. Comme c'est pas nécessairement une bonne place d'avoir une pique-nique ou de respirer, mais certainement il y a des parcs à proximité du site qui sont marchables où tu peux avoir cet espace vert. Mais lorsqu'on voit les développements qui sont plus larges, comme on parle de 9 logements, je pense que comme les Vision Lands, c'est un bon exemple que c'est là où on a tous les toits qui sont verts, puis il y a peut-être des espaces communs qui peuvent se passer en haut des bâtiments. C'est ce type de questions-là pour les plus larges développements qu'on va vraiment regarder pour le développement futur à travers la ville. Mais aujourd'hui, on n'a pas de standard nécessairement formel pour ça.
Je pense qu'il faudra éventuellement y penser, là, parce
Absolument.
que ça sent bien. Merci
Absolument.
beaucoup, Madame la maire. Merci, Josh.
Conseiller Richard, vous avez une question?
Oui, juste vite. Merci, George, pour la présentation. Encore ton français, j'adore. Sur le plan, puis je crois que j'ai manqué ça la dernière fois qu'on en a parlé. En arrière du stationnement, avec le stationnement, il y a un set de steps, d'escaliers.
Est-ce qu'on peut mettre le plan de site? Can we bring up the site plan?
Il y a un escalier, puis ça s'en va au parking qui est derrière là. Je veux savoir qu'est-ce que c'est le plan pour ça.
Juste un instant, là, on va chercher le plan de site si on peut. I got it there. Donc, c'est le site?
Ben là, je sais pas où est-ce que tu pointes, je vois pas ça, moi, là.
OK.
C'est avec la rangée de parking qui en est arrière du terrain.
Oui. Oui, c'est ça. Il y a une connexion aux propriétés qui est en arrière de cette propriété. Donc, je n'avais pas mentionné ce soir, mais je n'avais pas parlé il fait 2 semaines. C'est que la propriété qui est juste à côté puis en arrière de cette propriété ici, c'est un stationnement de surface qui est appartenu par le même propriétaire. Puis c'est aussi dans leur plan de peut-être réserver des espaces de stationnement pour les cliniques aussi qui seront un peu plus proches pour le monde de de se rendre là. Donc, ça permet un peu de connexion entre l'université puis la rue Lutz. Je pense que c'est jusqu'à côté.
So, si je ne me trompe pas, ce parking-là, c'est utilisé par ça pourrait être des médecins, des nurses à Georges Dumont, right?
Oui, puis c'est les mêmes médecins, puis c'est le même personnel qui travaille là qui vont aussi travailler ici. Donc, c'est là que le personnel qui déjà stationne là, ben, il peut stationner là puis travailler au Dumont, mais parfois, peut-être, ils vont travailler aux cliniques ici. Donc, c'est toute partie du même écosystème.
OK. So, on voit la grandeur du terrain. Moi, je le vois sur mon écran, là, que je l'ai d'arrêter. Jusque tu montes c'est en rouge, une bordure rouge à faire le tour du terrain, puis ensuite, tu vois le parking en arrière.
Ouais.
C'est un grand parking. Puis, je crois qu'il y a beaucoup de monde qui stationne là, qui va s'en venir, qui vont traverser, ils vont prendre la peine de traverser sur le terrain de cet établissement ici. Tu fais que c'est basically à l'hôpital quasiment. C'est ce monde-là qui va traverser l'Université Avenue. Il n'y a pas de crosswalk là. On va lui offrir un chemin à venir jusqu'à là, puis ensuite il n'y a pas de crosswalk.
Allez-y, M. Gérard.
Peut-être que je peux répondre au conseiller Richard parce que j'ai vu là pour 7 ans de temps. Ça fait que ces gens-là qui stationnent présentement dans l'espace que tu as identifié, ils vont juste une propriété à côté puis ils traversent parce qu'il y a un sidewalk entre le bureau du MPO puis la propriété juste à côté. Puis ils arrivent au sidewalk, puis ils vont marcher 50 mètres, 25 mètres jusqu'à la lumière. Ça fait que c'est vraiment pas vrai. Il y a plusieurs points d'accès qui viennent de ce parking-là qui sera à l'université déjà. Je ne sais pas si je m'explique.
Non, je sais que tu dis, c'est juste que de le passer, avant que tu arrives, on a déjà parlé d'avoir une crosswalk là, dans cette région-là. Si on laisse le monde, puis comme je ne veux pas arrêter le développement, là, c'est juste si on laisse le monde venir du parking qui est sur le côté Lutz, à travers de ce terrain ici, puis qui s'en viennent sur l'avenue de l'université, puis qui veulent traverser, ils ne traversent pas tout à la light, comme on dirait. Tu sais, il y en a. Puis il y a beaucoup de monde dans la région, il y a beaucoup de trafic à pied, puis encore là, on n'a pas de crosswalk, là, puis ce serait peut-être pas une mauvaise idée à regarder.
Oui, merci pour le commentaire, conseiller. Je pense que c'est quelque chose qu'on peut certainement regarder un peu plus proche. Puis je pense que la prochaine fois que vous voyez ce dossier, on peut avoir peut-être un peu plus de réponses pour toi sur ça.
J'aimerais que ça soit regardé au moins.
Oui, absolument.
Yeah. Juste pour la sécurité du monde. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. S'il n'y a pas d'autres questions, we are going to go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is a public presentation of municipal plan amendment and rezoning application for Michaud Street, and Josh Adams is here again.
Thanks again. So similar to the last presentation, another public presentation for rezoning. So this one is to redesignate the property from highway commercial to neighborhoods and to rezone the site from highway commercial to R3. And this is to accommodate three-story apartment buildings, each with 6 units, so a total of 18 units in the development. So we're located here up on Michaud Street, which is just newly constructed, up to the east-north end of Shediac Road that leads up into the McIntosh subdivision, and located just across from the new Eddy Street as well for the new MID Industrial Park. So this is kind of the current zoning, the lay of the land. So currently the properties are in that kind of highway commercial zone. So we're looking at basically, more of a downzoning to R3 to allow, apartments that are, more aligned with the scale of the subdivision, as well as a change of the municipal plan to neighborhood to facilitate that development. This is the site plan that's proposed. So overall, you're just seeing the three 6-unit buildings. A pretty good design overall. You know, the parking is all kind of consolidated, so, you know, making use of those efficiencies of combining parking. There's a new kind of multi-use pathway as well that's proposed on this side of the buildings that will connect into the new multi-use pathway into Eddy Street. So that allows for some good AT connectivity. And then, you know, while there's no transit that goes up Shediac Road today, as this subdivision builds out and as the industrial park builds out, it's anticipated that, you know, Shediac Road will get some type of transit service in the future. So in terms of just, you know, land use planning and organizing of land, having your density close to that main corridor of Shediac Road is certainly following good principles in terms of, you know, accessibility to the bus when it gets there in the future. And just a rendering showing what's proposed. So, you know, a very attractive building, you know, 6 units, you know, a very high quality design. So overall, we're very supportive of the proposal. And same as last time, so we're into a 30-day public comment period. This will also be presented to the Planning Advisory Committee on February 25th. And if you wish to move forward, there will be a public hearing to consider objections on March 16th. So we do have a recommendation here to proceed with the public hearing and a number of conditions related to the site plan, as well as there's one condition actually that's missing from this PowerPoint related to the payment of development charges as well on Shediac Road. So it's in your report. It's just not on the PowerPoint. And this file also suffered the same clerical error as the previous file. So there's a schedule in the bylaw that has the wrong title, and that will be corrected as well. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Conseiller Crossman, do you wish to move? Conseiller Leblanc, do you wish to second? C'est beau. Donc, are there any questions? Le conseiller Crossman, allez-y.
Thank you, Your Worship. Josh, only one comment when this goes to PAC. There's only one way in, one way out for traffic. I know this has come up numerous times when citizens approach that podium in the past, when we're adjusting municipal plans and changing municipal plans, where they're saying, why didn't you think of another way out? So can that come up, can you bring that forward at the PAC? I know it's probably landlocked. I'm not against this development. Trust me, we need it out there to support the industrial park. That's going to be expanding. But again, one way in, one way out brings a lot of resonance to that mic at the end of the day. So if you could, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that perspective, and we'll definitely have a look at that as well.
It's probably 150 doors by the time this is all said and done.
Yeah, the entire street's going to have quite a bit.
Yeah, so I think we better take a look at that.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks.
Merci. If there are no other questions, we will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Next would be councillor statements. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Allez-y, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. And we're off. Many candidates have already started their election campaign and are going door to door. I want to congratulate and wish best of luck to Councillor on my right, Sean Crossman, by alphabetical order. Councillor to my left, Charles Léger, and Brian Murphy. There may be others. The deadline, I think, is April 10th or 11th. We will obviously lose one of these councillors, so good luck. And for those interested in running for mayor, it pays about $100,000 a year. It is not considered officially a full-time job, but the mayor probably spends anywhere between 40 and 50 hours a week doing various functions and being spokesperson of council. Councillors make about $41,000 a year. We work, depending on how good a job you want to do, anywhere between probably 20 and 30 hours a week. Might be a bit more during budget time, but that's 1 week a year. And what do council members do? In summary, you participate in about 50 meetings a year. That's committee, public meeting, private meetings, committee of the whole meetings, committee meetings. to make decisions on behalf of the community. And decisions usually involve bylaws, policies, plans, etc. You are also the intermediary between citizens and City Hall. And you must make decisions for the entire city in the long term, not just immediate ward issues. That can sometimes be a problem, but that's what the law says. Bonne chance, and please, if you are interested, submit your name, follow Elections New Brunswick guidelines and formulas and everything else. And democracy is all enriched by these competitions. Merci, Madame le Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. My only comment is to Mr. CAO. 2 weeks ago, I publicly requested that the chair of the CRPA, Kodiak Regional Police Association, come before council to provide an update on the recent changes within the CRPA. Do we have any updates on my request? Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crosman. We're meeting with the chair of the CRPA, I believe, on Wednesday, and we will have an update very shortly on that invitation.
See any other statements? No? Allez-y, Madame Greffier.
Next are recommendations from Committee of the Whole of Moncton City Council of January 26, 2026. Moncton City Council at its Committee of the Whole meeting of January 26, 2026 is recommending the following. There are 3 recommendations before council this evening. First one is that Moncton City Council direct administration to implement recommended actions for the 2026 from the Kodiak Transpo Growth Strategy and to bring forward recommendations for future years' service improvements as per the annual budget process. The backgrounder on this is Watt Consulting Group Limited was retained by the city to conduct the Kodiak Transpo Growth Strategy, which provides Kodiak Transpo with a 10-year roadmap of phased improvements, route redesigns, and service growth recommendations for future planning. The strategy provides a short to long-term plan to guide the transformation of public transit in the city of Moncton. The project objectives were to provide a clear action plan to sustain and increase ridership, address resource constraints, and integrate planning for new areas.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Conseiller Leblanc, Conseiller Léger, are there any questions? There are no questions. We will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The second one is that Moncton City Council adopt the updated agency boards, commissions, and committee policy. The background on this is a review of the ABCC's policy was undertaken during the preparation of the training sessions for committee presiding officers and staff leads. The review identified several areas for improvement to better support policy understanding and implementation and was presented to Council on August 25th, 2025 and on October 27th, 2025. On both occasions, Council had additional questions for administration's responses to the questions were presented to Council at the Committee of the Whole meeting of January 26, 2026.
Merci. Conseiller Radjet, do you wish to move? Conseiller Kingston, do you wish to second? C'est bon, merci. Are there questions? Conseiller Bourgeois.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to proceed, but I think I'll be making 2 amendments. Correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Robichaud, first of all, that when we have an annual review, a regular review of dissolution or creating committees because I don't have it here, it says at the end of the mandate there will be a review when the outgoing council? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I can pull it up and take a look to confirm, because I'm not exactly sure of the wording myself.
My amendment, if that is the case, is that it should be an incoming council We will have in 6 months' time a new council coming in. They will be thinking, among other things, of how many committees they would like to establish to help council think things through. If we, at the end of our present council's mandate, says we're going to review and we're going to eliminate or establish other committees, 2 months later, the new council may think differently. So if it is in the policy, outgoing council, I would amend that it would be the incoming council that reviews the committees. So while you're looking at that, I'll go for my second one. Throughout the documents, on at least 3 or 4 items, we are identifying a lead administrator to be a liaison between council and the committee. But we don't mention a liaison counselor when we either functioning of the committees, and one article stands out in particular. Whenever a committee is supposed to be meeting at least twice a year, if nobody reports to council that committee isn't meeting twice a year, nothing happens. So my amendment would be in the same kind of formula you use elsewhere, that the lead administrator would report to council if ever a committee does not respect that 2 meetings a year. So I'm not sure if I make an amendment or how do we proceed?
Yeah, so on those 2 items, the first item, I believe that the policy does state that the ABCCs are reviewed at the end of each council's mandate, so you would need to make an amendment to change that to the beginning.
I don't think it's for us. A new council comes in, it should be an incoming council, not an outgoing council. So amendment or?
Yeah, that would be an amendment. And on your second item, if you wanted to explicitly state that, that the staff liaison, whatever the wording is, would have to report to council if committees weren't meeting as they should be, that would be an amendment to the policy also.
I use lead administrator because that's what you used in previous articles, so I think it's the same. Somebody has to report to council that the Enhancing Democracy Committee just disbanded, and it took us a year before we figured out that they weren't meeting. So somebody would have had to tell council, excuse me, one of your committees isn't meeting, it's not respecting this policy anymore. If it's not lead administrator, then makes me question why lead administrator is mentioned on 3 or 4 times, I think, in the rest of the document, but I'll leave the wording to you.
Sure.
But do I make an amendment on both or 2 separate ones, or?
I mean, you could propose both at once, and if council wants to divide the motions and discuss each one individually, that's fine.
Okay, so I propose that we change outgoing council to incoming council, and that we add a subsection or whatever to refer to a lead administrator to report to council if ever a committee does not meet twice a year, and any other issues that pertain to that committee of council.
Could I have a seconder for the amendment, le conseiller Steves? Donc, on va procéder. Are there any questions?
Well, I had an amendment too, so.
You want to add another amendment to this or to this one?
Yes.
Okay, well, go ahead, conseiller Butler. Go ahead.
Do you have a separate amendment, or did you want to add to his amendment?
A separate.
Separate, okay.
So they'll go ahead with it?
We're going to go to these and vote on these, and then we'll go to yours. Donc, so we have an amendment. Do I have a seconder for the amendment?
Yep.
Oui, conseiller Steve, sorry. Donc, any questions on the amendment? None? So we're going to do a show of hands for the vote. So if everyone agrees with the amendment, C'est beau, it's unanimous, merci. And then we'll go, oh, Conseil Richard, merci. And then we'll go to the original motion. Oh, you have another, go ahead, Conseil
Oh,
Barrette.
thank you. So, just to tail on to this amendment, or this motion, I'm full for transparency, and because of that, I still think there has to be something added here. When councilors send an email to recommend or not recommend certain people for committees, it's public, and it's great. It's good to be like that, to give your piece. But one thing that's missing is when staff and everybody else is sitting down deciding who's going to be there and who's not going to be there, I think also that it should be that there's some type of notes, recording taken at them meetings when you're sitting there to see why they're getting to council. So I think that the step is that we should have some type of recording of the minutes that council can look at, or maybe even the media can see if we have decided that there's certain people that we don't want on a committee. So I think it's, the amendment would be is that all meetings with staff, with the decision-making of who's going to be selected, should be recorded and be ready to be given out to the public if needed. I so move.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Conseil Bourgeois. So, Nick, do you want to speak on that? No?
I guess the only thing that I would probably add to the wording of that is, subject to any kind of legislative limitations. I'm just thinking about right to information, protection of privacy on that.
I agree.
Je suis pas sûre que j'ai... Okay. So are we going to, Shelley, are you writing this, the motion, or the amendment, rather? So we can see it, and then we'll know what we're voting on.
So Shelley, it would be just a recording of the meeting with the lead and staff of the selection process.
So il y a trois amendements.
See what I mean? You're not going to like that behind the scenes. No? Marty, do you know what I'm talking about?
What's that?
This amendment is that when they sit down to decide who they want, there could be 10 apply if you only select them.
Donc, on a juste...
Oui, puis après ça, il faut que ça,
So the
Nick.
motion is on the screen if you want to read.
No. I don't think it's the meeting of the ABCC itself. I think it's meetings when you have the staff or the selection group meeting is what I think Councillor Butler was getting at.
Oui. Pour celle-là, après ça.
Nick?
I'd say be kept instead of be provided. I mean, I assume that this would be if an elected official wanted to request backup documentation, that this be available. Would that be right? I mean. That's correct. Yeah. So why don't we say that recorded minutes of any meeting of the selection group for an ABCC be kept? Or and that these minutes be made public.
Is everyone comfortable with the motion, the amendment? So we will go to the vote then. So is it?
A manual vote.
It's a manual vote. So could I have a show of hands for those who vote for the amendment?
Electronic or show of hands?
It's a show of hands. It's a show of hands for those.
Show of hands.
Yeah.
A little slow. I'm just trying to understand, so I'm okay with recorded minutes, but are you suggesting then that the group has a discussion, and what happens if they choose not to move someone forward, that becomes public for the individual that had put their name forward? It seems, is that what this is amounting to?
Yeah, so here's my issue, is that when it comes to council and they ask for our, who would we like to have on there? If we have any concerns, to send them to the mayor by Friday, right? That was their thing. So the problem is that, so we send ours out, but we don't know if there was 10 people that applied for 2 positions. All I want to know is, what's the recording, record the remarks that are being made in there. Why did the other 6 or 7 not be selected? Why did these 2 be selected?
Shouldn't we have a better process, though? Like,
Well,
is
that's-
there, you know, maybe we need to look at the process and say, okay, if we've got 10 people who apply, then I would expect all 10 would have would be eligible to be appointed, and then you would have a criteria with which you would be able to score people, and then, you know, putting it out to council if there are any concerns. It would seem to me that maybe we need to just think about the process, Brian. Maybe I'm just.
Well, I think the process is great. All I'm asking for is somebody to record someplace why this selection was made. That's all. That, if there's 10 people applied and they took 4, that's all they needed was 4, and there's 6 left out, I just want that recorded someplace. that's all. So when it comes to council and we say, well, you know, when we do it and we don't select somebody, it goes like we did one other time, it goes out to the public, but we don't know why they came and someone else didn't. All I want is some kind of understanding why certain people were selected. It's not,
But that fundamentally says the policy then, or the process we have then isn't really working. Because because if somebody's name comes forward, you'd almost think that by definition of the process, that's why that happened that way.
no, what I'm saying is that I believe that there should be some type of a record that if we want to go with council, or if they go underneath the REAP or whatever it is, that they can get access if they need to, if there's something great big happening. I think that's the transparency part. You know, it's pretty hard to say that we as councillors make all the decisions. We didn't make the decisions. We rubber stamp it when it comes. And I'm just saying, I'm tired of rubber stamping.
Could I add something? I think we have excellent criterias to choose. Our staff do excellent work on that. And I think that if you can ask those questions at any time to our staff, they'll give you the names and why they weren't selected.
If so, they can tell me that, then what's the problem with having it recorded?
Oh,
It recorded
I
is
would
the best
imagine-
place for transparency.
Is it being recorded now, Monsieur le?
So perhaps, and I think I get where you're going, Councillor Steves, or Councillor Butler, sorry. That process is followed already. The only gap there is that public, or the recording of the minutes of that conversation.
Absolutely.
And what I think you're asking, or I get what you're asking, is that we record those minutes to be able to then, again, make public that process that we're already following.
Yep, absolutely.
So again, it's about reviewing applicants, determining what criteria we want to choose for a certain board or commission or committee, regardless of, or depending on the committee. And then from there, then proposing or putting a list of recommendations forward to the mayor, for the mayor to then reach out to council and eventually, so what
Absolutely.
you're asking is just recording that one piece up front and then having that available for.
Absolutely. Transparency.
Yep.
Yep.
It's not changing our process. Our process is still strong and solid and based on. Nick?
Absolutely.
Merci,
And
go ahead, Nick.
definitely nothing against staff. This was not about staff. This is about me feeling that if I want to go see it or read it, I can do that without being rubber stamping things.
Nick, did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. I guess just the only part of this that makes me a little uncomfortable is making public a lot of information about applicants who weren't selected. I'm just worried about the chilling effect that's going to have on people who actually want to volunteer for our committees if it's going to be made public why we don't want them on our committees. So I think it's totally fine to provide reasons why the nominees meet the criteria that we have, and that could be provided. I'm not entirely comfortable with releasing information about people who did not make the cut and why.
Go ahead.
Gee, I don't know, I don't know why this is so difficult. What I'm trying to say is I'm tired of rubber stamping when they come to us. I have no way of going back to figure out what happened in this process. It gets to us as counselors. All I'm saying is to record it someplace, so if I, as a counselor, want to go back and see why, or if I want to see the list and who was selected, who wasn't, that I should be allowed to do that. Because you bring the list forward that you want, but I don't see who was left off.
I don't see any issue with any elected official having that information. My concern is making it public to.
Well, the only thing it has to be recorded, right?
Sure,
Or we can't see it. So, how, if it gets public, I don't know about that. We already got it in there about legislation limitation. So if it's legislated that the media can get their hands on it, then get their hands on it. We shouldn't be having, it's transparency. I mean, we can redact the names, but it's important to me as a counselor that I don't rubber stamp anything. And I mean, I've gone over this since I got on council. We're still doing it. So anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I made the amendment. Don't want to pass it, don't.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. I haven't spoken on it. I second it because I appreciate the intention. I don't want typed minutes. I don't think that's the intent. Many times I've asked the city clerk's office for the verbatim. They sent me a little USB stick with the recording. So maybe the first change would be that a recording of any meeting of the selection be kept whenever a member is being selected and be made available to council members.
Can I chime in here? Not all committees are recorded. Some of the committees that are choosing members are not recorded, so they'll have minutes, but not a recording.
I think it was the selection committee, but do you want it to be every committee?
No.
Just the selection committee?
About the ABCs, that's what we're talking about.
But each committee has a lead, as you were saying, and they're the ones
No,
who do
yeah.
the selection with the mayor.
The minutes of any meeting of the selection group, not like I sit on the social inclusion committee, I sit on the seniors committee. We don't have recordings, don't need them really, because committees just make recommendation. In this one, it might be a little bit more sensitive, the way I understand Councillor Butler's, that if we want to know more details about the selection process, maybe we can just have a USB stick of the recordings of that meeting. I think that's the intent. Okay. So I'd say that a recording of the meetings of the selection group, selection of a member to an ABCC, be kept and be made available to council members upon request. I don't know. Trying to find this compromise solution here.
I think you're trying to get across the same as mine.
Yep. So not all ABCCs, just the mayor. I don't know who picks, but obviously the mayor sits on that committee. So that committee, the selection group, whatever you want to call it, that's the recording that I think Councillor Butler is referring to.
So perhaps there's a bit of a misunderstanding of the role of the committee. So when it comes to appointing or providing to the deputy mayor or the mayor suggestions or recommendations around appointments to certain committees, it's usually the lead administrator and perhaps one other individual that sit in with the mayor, that have gone through a number of applicants and have whittled it down to a short list, then it determines, okay, these are the names for consideration, then the mayor determines to choose A, B, or C, or D, and then from there, then goes through the process. So it's not a committee that, such as the Social Inclusion Committee or whatnot. It's really dependent on the appointment being made. Many times, it's the reappointment of a committee member, which is really the individual has indicated an interest in staying on the same committee. That's brought forward to the mayor for consideration. The mayor would say, yeah, XYZ person will continue. So those conversations are not recorded. The minutes are taken to say, okay, individual A the mayor has selected individual A, and then that goes forward to council. So, I mean, we can take all that back with the intent and determine perhaps on how to proceed, but, it's a difficult way to manage, like from a recording perspective in a conversation with three people, something out if it's required, then we'll have to start determine how to do it and so on and so forth, or just, again, record the decision as being brought forward. And I know there's a lot of moving parts there, but I get where Councillor Butler is trying to get to as well. I probably just confused a lot of things.
Yeah, we'll table it. My mic is turned on. I didn't nobody turned it off, but would Councillor Butler accept that we table it or refer it and come back to it? Okay.
That'd be good. I'll second, yeah, okay.
So the motion to table is not debatable, so.
That one there.
Need to vote.
That motion.
I need a second.
Conseiller Bourgeois, seconded.
Butler seconded.
Oui?
Moved. Councillor Butler
Oh, you seconded, okay.
Non-debatable.
So show of hands,
No, we can do an electronic vote for this.
okay. The vote.
This is to table.
Motion to table.
Okay.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
I believe I have another, yes, I do. Sorry, Luc, I almost forgot about doing your motion, sorry. The third and final motion coming out of the meeting of January 26 was that Moncton City Council adopt the financial incentive program policy for the downtown core community improvement plan area designated heritage property, downtown business improvement area, and central business district until December 31st, 2027, and direct administration to perform a review of the financial incentive program policy for downtown core community improvement plan area designated heritage properties, downtown business improvement area, and central business district during the year 2027 in order to bring recommendations forward to council prior to the expiry of the policy. And the background on this is the existing financial incentive program policy for downtown core community improvement plan area, designated heritage property, downtown business improvement area, and the central business district currently expires on February 26, 2026. New applicants would apply for the February 2nd, 2026 financial incentive program policy.
Merci. Conseiller Léger, do you wish to move? Do I have a seconder? Conseiller Kingston. Is there any questions? No questions. We'll go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Monsieur Gérard, did you want to speak? Your light is flashing. Ta lumière. Je n'étais pas sûre si tu voulais parler ou pas. OK. Non, c'est correct. Next is 10.1. It's the notice of motion by Councillor Legier on Downtown Safety and Community Resilience Fund. So, Conseiller Léger, did you want to read that into the record, or?
Thank you. So I was looking at the recommendation that is before us, and then I read the background with respect to the using the community safety officers and as well the development of a community fund. So I think what I'd like to propose, it sort of goes with this, but that and maybe Jeff can correct me, but from what I understand, a dedicated 24/7 community safety officer presence in the downtown, and that we'd establish a community safety fund with full implementation. I'd like it fully implemented March 1st, 2026. I think that's doable, although you had proposed March 16th. This has been since December, so, but I would move that the fund begin, maybe there needs to be some tweaking, but we begin March the 1st, and that we use the community safety officers, addition of safety officers. So is that what you had in mind, Jeff? As opposed to the contracting of security for visibility in the downtown, and you talk about the community officers doing foot patrols and so on.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Legier. So we wouldn't be able to have an additional 8 community safety officers in place. So if we were going to allocate 2 downtown, that means that we're changing our daily work structure and we'll have to alter what we're doing today. And Charles LeBlanc is still here. He can speak to the impact that that could have on other areas of the city in the work that we're doing.
So how does that fulfill the resolution then to add visible security in our downtown? And so, you know, I know the pitfalls of hiring that seem to be presented here, that the security patrol, similar to what they've done in Fredericton and so on, doesn't have the same effect of our community safety officers. And I certainly would like to support the community safety officers, but we also have an issue with visibility in our downtown, and we saw that this evening with Enough is Enough and so on. So let's divide this in 2. The first one is the community fund. I think is very doable, and that's March the 1st, and that's what Councillor Kingston and I had in mind, similar to St. John, and I don't know why we couldn't, even temporarily for 6 months to a year, until such time as we ramp up the community safety officers and maybe bring those to 8 individuals, that we couldn't, while doing that, add visible security on our streets.
So I think if you read the council report form, in their administration is recommending time to really dive into and go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we don't have time. I think we need to do something. And that was the whole purpose of rolling that out in December. So here we are in February. And so, you know, I mean, can you come back with something that St. John's able to pull it together? Fredericton's able to do that. So why is it that we can't do that? Why is it that we can't come up with and say, well, okay, you know what? The long-term goal is the community safety officers. That would be great. I mean, and maybe we get 8 by the end of 2026 into 2027. But in the meantime, could we hire some people who, I get it, don't have all of the skills and necessary equivalent training, but they do a job. They basically are eyes and ears. They're walking around and they're making people feel more comfortable with their visibility in the downtown. So I don't want to table it, but on the other hand, I don't want to make a decision tonight if it takes 2 weeks for you to come back with maybe something that we could, that, you know, would help in terms of this, of what we're seeing on our streets right now. And certainly, you know, I come back to, if St. John and Fredericton can do it, why can't we?
So I'm going to go back to how you explain dividing the 2 up, and you're absolutely correct. They're 2 separate items. So creating the fund, and it's an incentive program, a grant program of some sort to reimburse property owners, requires some time to set up the criteria, what do you pay for, what don't you pay for, what's covered by insurance, who would deliver it, how would we deliver the contracts, all those things. That's what we're saying, and I don't think that it's unreasonable to think that within a month that we could get a foundation of a program to be able to provide council, this is what this program would pay for, how it would pay, how it would be administered. The second piece is about the additional safety officers downtown, which again is the will of council. If council would like us to move out to a third-party security force for the interim to give us time to hire full-time CSOs and so on, that's again will of council. And if will of council says that gives us the direction to engage with a Garda, a commissioner service, whomever out there, to provide those services immediately, that's something that we can do.
We would still have to go through a procurement process, inspect those things out. I mean, it would take time. It couldn't happen tomorrow. This would still take time, even if we're going to a third party, because we have, and Jacques may want to comment it, but we'd have to go through the procurement process to do that.
But the decision can still be made tonight, I guess, is what I'm saying, and it just takes us time to deliver on it.
guess I'm just trying to understand why the hesitation then to not want to present us with those options on the timeframes and so on. How did St. John get this done? How does Fredericton get it done?
Well, Councillor, we already have more bylaw community safety officers than Fredericton and St. John. We already have more officers in the field. The program that we currently have, I believe, is ahead of what St. John and Fredericton have. Now, they're not all deployed in the downtown because we have issues all over the city. As we discussed, certainly additional officers can improve the situation downtown from a visibility perspective.
So what's the hesitation to temporarily add some safety officers, some security? And why will it take months for procurement when we see other models in other municipalities at work?
So we believe we had this discussion at the Crime Reduction Committee. I think the other three councillors that are here as well participated in that discussion. One of the things, and I think Charles LeBlanc outlined at his presentation, one of the reasons why it's taken so long to hire people is we want to have the right people on the street. When we're going to put people out there responsible for enforcing the City of Moncton's bylaws and the rules and the actions that we're advocating, we need to ensure that we have the right people that are qualified. They're going to be interacting with the most vulnerable people that we have out there. So those situations require a lot of skills that we can ensure when we hire them that they have. We can't ensure the same thing when we're hiring a third party. And also, it's going to require our staff to manage those people. So that also is a new additional responsibility that we currently don't have. So it's...
So have we looked at what Fredericton's doing and looked at what St. John's doing and see, so we're indicating that who they've hired isn't the equivalent to what we have. I just want to know is what they're doing working, and how are they able to manage it? And could we, in the interim, find a way to increase security presence on our street, visibility on our streets?
So I believe what we're doing is working. I think the bylaw enforcement group, including the community safety officers, has had a tremendous impact. I think one of the things that when we reported, when Charles reported about why some of the service calls are down and why the tonnages are down is because we are being proactive. We're in those encampments earlier, sooner, cleaning them up quicker. That's one of the reasons why there's less, because we're not letting them grow to become the problem they have in the past. But I think the program that we have is successful. And our best advice would be not to rush into a private security force, would be to use our existing bylaw enforcement officers and community safety officers and expand on the existing program, if the will of council is to increase the presence downtown.
Well, I think we'd have to ask council if the willingness is to increase presence in downtown. I mean, that's certainly what we're hearing from residents. I don't disagree with increasing community officers in our downtown. But if we don't have we already know we have vacancies, so we know that it's going to take a while before you can hire more community officers. And I'm just wondering why it is that we just can't interim put something in place. It's not ideal, but bottom line is visibility. If you were to ask the people that are out there, you can say how well we're doing in terms of the encampments, Jeff. People would like to visibly see some people on our streets, walking around, talking to people, and seeing what's going on.
I think the council report form indicates that we're willing to administer or adopt whatever council wishes, but I think that there's reasonable timeframes that are going to take to accomplish that.
On va continuer les questions.
Allez-y, oui.
OK. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Deux choses. D'abord, je veux remercier et féliciter Conseil Légère et Conseil Kingston pour cette résolution ici. Cependant, c'est pas clair qu'est-ce que c'est exactement qu'on voterait dessus, parce que je comprends l'intention, je comprends les préoccupations du personnel, mais on a établi, ce conseil ici a établi un comité sur le crime. Et je suis déçu un peu que cette résolution ici n'ait pas été soumise, ou l'idée derrière cette résolution ici, parce que depuis 6 mois, on a un comité sur lequel moi je siège, mais aussi conseiller Légère, avec conseiller Butler et le conseiller Leblanc. Et à n'importe quel moment, le conseiller Légère aurait pu apporter ce sujet-là. On se rencontre mercredi. Je sais que ça veut dire un délai de peut-être 2 semaines, mais si on crée des comités, puis qu'on les néglige lorsqu'on arrive à des sujets qui sont pertinents des comités, je me pose la question à savoir qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec les comités. On ne sent pas comprendre qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec nos propres comités. C'est un peu bizarre, là. Donc, moi, ce que je vais proposer, mais je ne le ferai pas maintenant, parce que lorsque je vais faire la proposition de référer ça au comité, ce n'est pas débattable, puis là, on ne peut plus passer autour de la table. Je vais attendre à la fin. Moi, je vais faire cette motion-là, cette résolution-là, mais je préférerais, s'il y a d'autres qui ont des commentaires, de laisser des commentaires auparavant. Merci, Madame la maire.
Et conseiller Steves.
Did you say my name? Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Let me just chime in on the conversation here. I'm not on the Crime Reduction Committee, so I will, I'm thinking back to 3.5 hours ago, there was something said that the Crime Reduction Committee may be bringing a report in the middle of March, which is about 6 weeks away. So perhaps moving this tonight might be putting the cart before the horse. And so would we be wise to table that, knowing that this motion can possibly be integrated into something larger coming from the Crime Reduction Committee? So I will make the motion to table this for that reason.
You could have a seconder for the motion to table. Conseiller Leblanc. C'est beau. Est-ce qu'on va voter?
Oui. On peut faire un vote électronique.
So we will go to vote.
Yeah. It was moved by Councillor Steves and seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, and we will do an electronic vote.
I just want to clarify that what we're doing is we're not we're dismissing it. We're taking it back to.
You're referring it, are you?
Referring it to the Crime
Reduction Committee. That's what you were, that was your intent, eh, Councillor Steves? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carried with 1 nay vote. Conseiller Légère.
Oh, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Conseiller Bourgeois, allez-y.
Je veux juste préciser quelque chose parce que on ne pouvait pas débattre. Moi, puis je pense que les autres membres du comité sont d'accord, on va aborder ce sujet ici mercredi et on reviendra à la prochaine réunion du Conseil dans 2 semaines avec une recommandation d'une façon ou d'une autre. Ça fait, on n'attendra pas la fin du rapport au mois de mars, mais dans 2 semaines, le 16, 17 février.
C'est parfait. Merci. Madame la greffière.
Okay. Next is reading of bylaws, les lectures des arrêtés municipaux. Normally, in the recommendations in the urban planning, I usually have permission to read first readings. That was not included today, so I will require council to give me permission to read the first reading of the 3 bylaws, if that is okay. So I need a mover and a seconder, and we can do an electronic vote.
You're moving, and who seconded? J'ai besoin de quelqu'un pour appuyer.
We require a seconder.
Conseiller Edgett, do you wish to second this motion? No.
Conseiller,
I need a seconder for the motion to read.
to give first reading of the bylaw.
First reading to the bylaw.
So Councillor Edgett.
Oui.
Okay, we'll have an electronic vote. Conseiller Richard. Thank you. The first one is 11.1, a bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan, being bylaw Z 122.15, Vision Land. It's a first reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 122.15, terrain d'avenir, première lecture. The second is 11.2, a bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton's zoning bylaw, being bylaw Z 222.60, Vision Lands, first reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.60, terrain d'avenir, c'est la première lecture. A bylaw, 11.3 is a bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton's secondary municipal plan, Vision Lands, being bylaw Z 122.A.1, Vision Lands, first reading. Arrêté portant modification du plan municipal secondaire, plan sur les terrains d'avenir, soit l'arrêté Z 122.A.1, terrain d'avenir. C'est la première lecture. These will be, all these bylaws can be found on our website, or they can be emailed or mailed to anyone. The next, oops, that wasn't very smart of me. The next are notices of motions and resolutions, avis de motion et résolution, and we have 4 of them before us. Just 1 second, I have to read them into the record. 12.1 is the 2026 deposit to general operating reserve funds. It's a resolution. Whereas Section 101 of the Local Governance Act of New Brunswick confers power on the City Council to create a general operating fund, reserve fund, and whereas the said act requires that deposits made into the general operating reserve fund be authorized by resolution, and whereas the city treasurer recommends that a deposit of $1,359,858, being the budgeted 2026 deposit from the city's general operating fund, be made to the general operating reserve fund. Therefore, be it resolved that that authorization be granted for a deposit in the amount of $1,359,858 into the general operating reserve fund.
I need a mover and a seconder, please. Conseiller Leblanc, Conseiller Kingston. Are there any questions on this? If not, we will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously.
2026 deposit to General Capital Reserve Fund resolution, whereas Section 101 of the Local Governance Act of New Brunswick confers power on City Council to create a General Capital Reserve Fund, and whereas the said act requires that deposits made into the General Capital Reserve Fund be authorized by resolution, and whereas the City Treasurer recommends that a deposit of $11,030,185, being the 2026 budgeted deposit from the city's general operating fund, be made into the General Capital Reserve Fund. Therefore, be it resolved that that authorization be granted for a deposit in the amount of $11,030,185 into the General Capital Reserve Fund.
I need a mover and a seconder for this as well. Conseiller Crossman, Conseiller Bourgeois. We will go to the vote if there are no questions. Motion carried unanimously.
2026 deposit to utility operating reserve fund resolution. Whereas Section 117.7 of the Local Governance Act of New Brunswick confers power on the City Council to create a utility operating reserve fund, And whereas the said act requires that deposits made into the Utility Operating Reserve Fund be authorized by resolution, and whereas the city treasurer recommends that a deposit of $45,000 being the budgeted 2026 deposit from the city's utility operating fund be made to the Utility Operating Reserve Fund, therefore be it resolved that the authorization be granted for a deposit in the amount of $45,000 into the Utility Operating Reserve Fund.
Conseiller Butler and Conseiller Steves, moved and seconded. C'est beau. We'll go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
And the final resolution, 2026 deposit to Utility Capital Reserve Fund, whereas Section 117(7) of the Local Governance Act of New Brunswick confer power on the City Council to create a Utility Capital Reserve Fund, and whereas the said act requires that the deposits made into the Utility Capital Reserve Fund be authorized by resolution, and whereas the City Treasurer recommends the deposit of $2,270,000 being the budgeted 2026 deposit from the city's utility operating fund be made to the Utility Capital Reserve Fund, therefore be it resolved that the authorization be granted for a deposit in the amount of $2,270,000 into the Utility Capital Reserve Fund.
Merci. Conseiller Desjardins, do you wish to move? Conseiller Kingston, second. We'll go to the vote. There are no questions. Conseiller Kingston.
Councillor Kingston?
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
I believe you have appointments to
I
committees.
do have two appointments to Destination Moncton Dieppe, Brett Judson, reappointment, Moncton Industrial Development, René Lagacé, non-voting member. Do I need a mover, conseillère Adjut, conseiller Butler? C'est beau. Donc, show of hands. Tout le monde est d'accord? C'est beau, merci.
We
And-
can do an electronic vote.
Oh, we need to do an electronic vote.
Can we do the electronic vote, please?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Compliqué.
Need to be consistent.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci. Conseiller Richard, are you moving to adjourn the meeting? Avec votre affiche. Bon, merci. Merci, bonne soirée.